Andhra Pradesh. Whereas in case of Kerala, it is 75%, and in case of Tamil Nadu, it is 73%. So what it shows that our health staff, our program, people are not communicating to the people, or maybe we do not have services for other methods. That's why this situation is there where only 20% are this thing. And the other one is around 70% women are sterilized women are below 25 years. This has been shown by Dr. Anand also. And this, I wanted to show it about the sterilization and hysterectomy relationship. And this has been found in some of the studies that there is a positive association between hysterectomy and sterilization. Whenever women is going for this thing, most of them were sterilized. And it has been said that when there is a tubal litigation, then the periods and all those things, regularity will go down, and women have different health problems. Then it is suggested that hysterectomy is better, this thing. Other one is about hysterectomy and health condition, chronic health condition. If you look at health condition, chronic health condition, it has a big impact on the health of the woman. So when we want to have a better woman health, this is not possible with this. And in case of Andhra Pradesh, it has been found nuclear family percentage is increasing. Within 5 years, it has been found around 5% increase in nuclear families. It is now around 54.8. And this is also part of this thing. People are moving to Hyderabad, Bangalore, and all those things. And apart from that, they also have the problem of childcare because of a nuclear family. Okay, this is my last slide. I have given less in this thing, and you need to think about what more we can add about. So infertility services, maybe small this thing. You start with a small sperm testing or menstrual regulation and all other things, small thing at PSC level, then it will help them. And for voluntary childlessness, you need to talk about motivation, how film actresses and other people are going, and childcare facilities. As it has been said by the Chandrasekhar, we are giving only women 1 year leave in government services. But what about the males? Sometimes women are not getting job in government sector, saying that she will get pregnant, she will require 1 year service. This is going against women also. So if you have share of husband and wife in leave this thing, then it will be less burden on the woman. Other is family planning. It's not just for the controlling of the fertility, but we need to think about from the health point of view or hysterectomy that it has a long-term effect. And in childcare, in other countries, developed countries, it has been said that it can be taken as a responsibility, community responsibility. Maybe self-help group should be engaged in rural area to form a childcare center. In urban areas, societies or housing societies should have one childcare center where they can be taken care of this thing. In Anganwadi, which is already there in a rural area, below 3 children also can be taken. And elderly care, as it has been said, above 80%. In some of the societies, we call it as blue zone societies, their elderly people are living. And what they are doing is 3 component: health, social life, and economic this thing. I have seen social life in Punjab, Haryana, where people sit on the cart and play the cards, whereas when I was doing survey in Andhra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, I have not seen that type of social life at all in these places. And we need social life in the form of having some groups, having some exercises for them, or maybe balancing equation, balancing exercises for them to control this thing. And emotional this thing also. Social interaction will improve the emotional this thing, and they can have formed the group. They can also work for the child care as well as elderly care. And in case of Andhra Pradesh, education is not very high according to my this thing. When I have looked at 20 to 34 age group, what I have found, around 20% are illiterate in this age group. Peak age group. So what they will do? So for them, something literacy programs can be arranged by elderly all those elderly who are educated, they have knowledge. So involve elderly in different social activities to make them better, healthy persons. Thank you very much. These are my general observations, suggestions. And one last slide. Can we have last slide? Just show the thank you in that I have. Yeah, we need sustainable efforts for sustainable population. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists, for such an insightful discussion. We will now open the floor to questions from the audience. Our volunteers will be there with mics. If somebody has a question, you can please ask.
I am Dr. Deeksha, representing Vasavya Mahila Mandali in Vijayawada. We are doing lot of work in teenage pregnancies, and it is very shocking to know that Anganwadis are not recording their age because they are teenage, below 18 years, they are not recording, so they are not getting the benefits of this. So government, my suggestion to the government is, please include teenage pregnancies also now, because of the precocious puberty which we see among the youngsters, and different social norms are there, disrupted families, all are these reasons. Can you just, Chandrababu garu, can you answer this, please?
Only thing is, I don't know how you got this feeling, because our statistics itself says around 10% are pregnant, means teenage pregnancies. So there is no bar for any conceived women to access the facilities. So we insist that they have to be properly registered and all the facilities given, both from Women and Child Welfare Department, that is nutrition kit, as well as health department for providing all other ANC and other medical help. So that is, we only think that because lot of IEC, lot of awareness need to be built so as to discourage these teenage pregnancies, because it is not good for the health of the girl or adolescent girl, you can say. So, but no way, means there is no bar in getting any, means all the facilities they will be able to get. We track also, because they are taken as a high risk pregnancies. So they will be tracked much more closely. So if at all any where something is being done unknowingly, maybe you can, you are anyway in touch with us regularly, you can bring to our notice. We can again reinforce the government instructions that it has to be provided, because they are much more on risky thing. So we should take care of them with proper monitoring.
Thank you for your question, ma'am, and thank you, sir, for responding. We can take another question.
Sir, hello. Sir, namaste, sir. This is Kalpana Panchamarthi from Guntur, sir, from Manavata. Sir, for population dynamics, till now for controlling of population, we have started tubectomies. For incentives is also government of Andhra Pradesh is giving. Now we want to increase the population, right? So why don't you try for cutting off the benefits of tubectomy incentives also, sir? Then we can increase to some amount of tubectomies, so that we can increase, they will go for another child also, no, sir?
Madam, actually, if you see, maybe 10 years back, we used to give targets to the health staff, saying that you have to sensitize the people about small family now, and as soon as they reach 2, So you sensitize them to go for the tubectomy or vasectomy, whatever is required. So now almost last 10 years, if you see, that particular focus has come down, and it is only making available the facility, not to go to the people, means motivate them to go for that. But only thing is, if somebody wants to undergo tubectomy, the facility is available. That is, the specialist doctors are available. So that is the approach now what we are taking. Now Honorable Chief Minister wants us to go and sensitize the population about the benefits or utility of going for more population, more children. So that is of course reverse. There is not so much incentive for tubectomy nowadays. So it is only now, of course, Honorable Chief Minister will be coming. He has already given a lot of incentives for going for more number of children. One is that the package, 15,000 rupees being given to the child for education. Now the 2 limit. Earlier it used to be limit for 2 only. That is removed. Second, even for maternity leave, for the government women employees, it is used to be given only for 2 children. Now that is also removed. So 3rd child, 4th child also they will get. So, he also will announce some more benefits for the people who are, because earlier, more than 2 children, they cannot get elected in public life. So now that is also removed. So that means now, irrespective of number of children they have, they can contest for any election in means actually local bodies or anything. So lot of things are being done to encourage the couples to have more children.
Thank you for responding, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for asking. Yes. We will take one last question.
Hello, ma'am. Yeah, sir. I'm Vijay Sudha from KL University. I'm having 2 concerns to be shared with this panel. First is right to family life of a child as per United Nations Child Rights Convention, which is being defeated on account of number of divorces that are increasing. We have to address that concern. And another concern is surrogacy. So now hiring a womb is a kind of a marketing strategy. So these are the 2 serious concerns which we have to address so that we can move ahead positively with this framework. Thank you.
సార్ నమస్తే సార్, మేము మానవత గుంటూరు నుంచి వచ్చాం సార్. అంటే తెలుగులో అయితే బాగా అడగగలిగే అవకాశం ఉంటుందని మనకి ఆ భాషలో మాకు కన్వీనియంట్గా ఉంటుందని అడుగుతున్నాము సార్. ఈ మనకి పాపులేషన్ పెరగాలి అని అంటున్నాము, దానికి మనకి ఎవరైనా ఒక సామాన్యుడు వాళ్ళకి మంచి జీవితం ఇవ్వగలడా అనేది ఆలోచించే ఈ పాపులేషన్ అనేది తగ్గడానికి కారణమని పొద్దున్నుంచి స్పీకర్స్ అందరూ చెప్తూ ఉన్నారు మనకి. అలాగా కాకుండా మనకి గవర్నమెంట్ నుంచి వచ్చే చదువు కానీ, గృహకల్పన కానీ, వైద్యం కానీ క్వాలిటేటివ్గా ఉంటే ఇలాంటి బర్డెన్స్ తక్కువగా ఉంటుంది, మనం వాళ్ళని ఫీడ్ చేయగలం అనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ బర్త్ రేట్ పెరిగే అవకాశం ఉంటుందని మా యొక్క అభిప్రాయం అండి. రెండోది, ఈ ప్రెగ్నెన్సీ వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు డెలివరీకి మన హాస్పిటల్స్లో కూడా నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ బెడ్స్ అనేది లేదు, అది కూడా కొంత లోపం ఉంది. కొంత అంటే ప్రతి దాంట్లో కొంత గొప్ప లోపం ఉంటుంది, దాన్ని కూడా మనం సవరించుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. కాబట్టి అది కూడా కొద్దిగా ఇంప్రూవ్మెంట్ చేస్తే దాంట్లో అక్కడికి వచ్చి డెలివరీ అవ్వడానికి అవకాశం ఉంది అని అంటే బాగుంటుంది. ప్లస్ గవర్నమెంట్ చాలా మెడిసిన్స్ ఫ్రీగా ఇస్తుంది, మంచి ఫుడ్ కూడా ఇస్తుంది. కానీ ఆ మెడిసిన్స్ ప్యాకింగ్ కూడా ఫార్మా వాటితో పాటు బాగా ఉంటే కొంతమంది ఉమెన్స్ కానీ ఎవరన్నా ఇంటి దగ్గర ఫ్రీగా ఇచ్చిన ఆ ప్యాకింగ్ మన ఫార్మా ప్యాకింగ్ లాగా కంపాటబుల్గా లేకపోయేసరికి ఇది తక్కువ అనే భావనతో కొంతమంది వాడకుండా ఉండే అవకాశం ఎక్కువగా మేము చూస్తున్నాం సార్. కొంత దాని వైపు కూడా కొద్దిగా దృష్టి సారించి కొంచెం ప్యాకింగ్ సైడ్ కూడా మంచిగా చేస్తే బాగుంటుందని మా వైపు నుంచి మాకు తెలిసిన సజెషన్ సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ గివింగ్ దిస్ ఆపర్చునిటీ. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
That would be the last question.
Yeah, anyway, thanks Andy. And basically, these are the problems I do appreciate, because ultimately, if you want to encourage the people to go for higher number of children, the cost, because the cost of rearing the children has to be in control. So that is the government responsibility to ensure good quality education and health. If these two are taken care, definitely major part of the upbringing of the child will be definitely good. So that is the effort of everybody. But the only thing is, who has to do? The people who are selected, the meritorious people who got selected into the government system. Compared to the private sector, the government pays better packages, except for very qualified people. But normal teacher in a government, whatever he gets will be double of whatever he gets in a private sector. But unfortunately, once he comes to the government, I don't know what happens. The passion to work, not to all, but generally we see that is the people's perception. That is people. Similarly, doctors, similarly staff nurses, similarly paramedical staff. As long as you are in private sector, you work in a different way. Once you come to the government, some of the people get so relaxed that the quality of whatever output is substantially less. So this is the problem, but definitely we should always keep trying for improvement. So other issues, anyway, that is medicines and all, I don't know. I will again have a relook, because we generally see our packaging, everything is very professional. Maybe because you must be receiving that, when you commented, it is our duty to again have a relook. Definitely we will have a relook and see that professional packing arrangement is done to create confidence. Of course, we keep on selling that WHO, GMP standard medicines we are giving, but still the people have to feel that. So naturally, we will definitely work on it.
Okay, I will like to short answer to ma'am. Surrogacy Act in India now is very, I mean, you can say, strict, and there are guidelines, there are rules. It's very difficult to violate now. So that is, I think, now being practiced, and some people are now having difficulty also into that. So getting this. So I think that that act was well thought over. Second is that you said divorce and family. Very well said. Let me tell you that our society has to be about de-stigmatization of divorce. We are still, whether it is Andhra Pradesh, whether Uttar Pradesh, whether Delhi, whether Mumbai, we have de-stigmatized so much to divorced. You see, 15 years back, I was in US. Some women told me, "Oh, my half child is sick." I was confused, because there was no concept of half child in India. I said, "What do you mean by half child?" I said, "It is mentally retarded or what?" I was not able to understand. Then she explained me, "It is my husband's child, first marriage. I have to go to hospital. He is not well." Immediately she left the workshop and went there. So what I am saying, ma'am, if you really want that child rights of the family, we have to destigmatize the divorce. Why you should live in a relationship which is toxic, rather than you can happily live with someone else or alone. Forget about, even remarrying. But you see, there's always, when it comes to women, is pay the price of divorce. If she is divorced, remarriage is very difficult in our society. And it is not now. From these 100 years when Dr. Ambedkar prepared the, bills, women's bills, actually, from that time he was serious about remarriage. We still not implementing anywhere. Therefore, we as a citizen, aware citizen, should actually be very, very much supportive, and let us say we take some sort of advantage to destigmatize divorce in the country. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you all
Thank you.
speakers.
Good afternoon,
That will be
panelists.
all. We can't take any more questions for the paucity of time.
Thank you all speakers for a very interactive session, and I think all of you have learned as well as enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, esteemed panel members and dear audience, for the very interactive session. That was truly insightful and thought-provoking. To appreciate the enriching and valuable insights shared by our extreme panelists, may I now request Dr. Cherkuri Kutumbarao, Director GFST, to do the honors of presenting mementos to all our distinguished panel members. Please put your hands together. Thank you, sir, and thank you, dear panelists. We now request you to please take your seats in the auditorium and join us as we proceed to session 2.
Dear all, anyone wishes to avail tea or coffee, it will be served outside the auditorium. You can avail it. We will start with the second panel discussion of today shortly. Five, 10 minutes. We'll continue. To 4:30. 4:30. 4:30 is expected. 4:30. 4 o'clock CM will come to campus, and then by 4:30 he will reach here. This program starts here. 4:30 he will engage the audience up to CM sir's visit. We request you all to kindly be back in the auditorium in 5 minutes, please. Only these 3 people should get the mementos. I think I've already got 2 times he can. Memento is for attending this. Listen deeply. Okay. Just the smart thing. No, the smart thing. I'm telling this also. Okay. And also, Harivinder sir, I am waiting for the booking. Just all you do. This one. This one. Let us start together and do. Okay.
So I will finish it till here.
You
So thank you, sir. I will finish it till here. No, not here.
Another copy. How do you have another copy? 11 of them.
This one.
Only this paragraph.
So you are doing of 1 minute. Let's just start. From page 9. 9. Okay.
Okay. Here I will complete here.
Okay. So I'm starting from here.
2. All that. Okay. And here. Here I am starting now. I will complete with the momentum. Dr. T. R. Parveen. Here you complete and then you read everything. One paragraph I will tell you. Here you only do maybe. This panel you are doing so beautifully well. From here to there.
All butter
Really, ma. I don't say just like that. I never tell people like that. If you are good only, I'll tell. Otherwise, I'll tell I'll do more. Okay? Here, you know, open floor for discussion. You do that.
from here, no?
From here to here. And after that,
One put a sir here.
I'll just confirm with JP once because you did well. I want to give that to you.
Thank you, sir.
Because JP said do until here, but I want to give it to you because you did well. So I will tell you.
Once we'll start. Saying to start.
This one only doubt. Either from here or here I will tell you. Because I am inviting, I need to conclude. Maybe I'll conclude and then I'll give this panel open for you. Requesting everyone to take their seats, please. Can we start? Anand sir. Raju?
లేదు మీ మీద ఆయన వచ్చినప్పుడు కూడా అలాగే లైట్ లేదు సార్ ఫేస్ మీద
సార్ హైట్ ఇదేనా ఇంకొంచెం ఇట్లా సార్
ఈ వరకు చేసుకున్నారు ఆడిటోరియం లైట్
లేదు సార్ ఎప్పుడైనా అక్కడే ఉంటాం సార్ అందుకని మేము బ్లాక్దా ఇక్కడ సరిపోద్దా సార్ ఇట్లా సార్ కేబుల్స్ షేక్ అవట్లేదు ఒకసారి వదిలేండి సార్కి స్టూల్ అవసరం లేదు కదా సార్ రావచ్చా లేదా ఇలా సెక్యూరిటీ అభ్యంతరం
కాదు ఆయన వచ్చినప్పుడు తీసేస్తాం
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a refreshing tea break and some great conversations. As we move forward, we are all set for our next engaging session, the second and final panel discussion of the day on economic implications of policy interventions in population management. We also request our esteemed panelists to kindly join us on the dais. With a big round of applause, let's welcome Sri Lanka Dinkar, Chairman of 20-Point Program, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Ms. Poonam Mutreja, Executive Director, Population Foundation of India, as Moderator. Dr. Errol D'Souza, Vice Chancellor, Geetham University. Dr. Zalalem Tafassi, Chief of Field Office, UNICEF Public Health Specialist. Dr. Cherukuri Kutumbarao, Director, Global Forum for Sustainable Transformation. We request Ms. Poonam Mutreja to kindly moderate this panel discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
Madam, this side, madam. Good afternoon, everybody. We have digested so much data today and taken in so much data today. I'm sure the coffee helped in taking it down. I'm glad there was a coffee break before we start the next panel. This is a very distinguished panel who we have not heard from today at all. So while I was asked to speak, make some opening comments for 3 to 5 minutes, I am not going to take that 3 to 5 minutes. I'm just going to take 2 minutes because we have a great panel here who I know you would like to listen, and we have great questions and tough questions for the panel. So, I want to again start by congratulating the Andhra Pradesh government, this time not for taking fertility down and maternal mortality and child mortality down, but for really organizing a well-managed meeting for population management. The amount of effort, care, concern that has gone into the planning is what I want to congratulate them for, and it gives me hope that they will do the same care, concern, planning as they plan the population policy, which we are here to give input to, and that the population policy will be a forward-looking policy and not do any reverse gears. The car is meant to go straight on. So as we look at Andhra Pradesh, we know it stands at a pivotal point, pivotal juncture in its demographic transition and journey. The state has witnessed, as we know, remarkable shifts, and it is the shifts that we are going to talk about today, and the evolving demographic composition, whether it is young, it is aging, and women. And the challenges that the state faces, I'd like to see them as opportunities, and I hope the panel will join me in sharing the opportunities that this transition is giving us. So one question that I'm going to ask of each of the panelists, the same question, in all fairness, and to hear everybody's viewpoint. My first question is, with a sharp decline in fertility and increasing life expectancy, what key policy measures should Andhra Pradesh take or prioritize? There'll be lots of measures, but let's talk about prioritizing to maintain a balanced demographic structure and show that along with that there's economic stability. There's a lot in that question, but each of you, I'm sure, would give us a great response. So I would like to, may I invite Dr. Errol D'Souza to be the first to comment, and please choose whether you want to come on the podium or speak from there. Should we say we give ourselves 4 minutes each? 4 to 5 minutes, then we'll come to we can have second questions, but I'll leave it to you. I also, this is the same question for everybody, but I would also like to request you to see if you can, wherever possible, talk about skilling.
Okay, thank you. That's a fairly large question, and given the time, it's going to be difficult to deal with it. But let me, say that I'm just getting into looking at Andhra Pradesh, and I can say one thing as an outsider now come in. It is a very different state. Okay? It is unlike any state in India. Okay? And I think that's something we ought to recognize. Not just in terms of the data which was being thrown today, that, there's 70% of women have undergone sterilization. But I would like to link it to the, economic fundamentals that are there in Andhra Pradesh. And I see it as an outlier state in the following way. If you look at, the breakup of the annual output of the country, which is the GDP, okay, then typically in India, it's something like, 16, 17% is agriculture. Something like 65% is services and the rest is industry, which is again much smaller than it should be. Okay? Andhra is a total outlier state. I'm just looking at the data from the Social and Economic Survey of the Planning Department, and it shows that 41% of the state's gross domestic product is from agriculture. Okay? Then services is just 35%. Contrast this with an India figure of 65%. Okay? Now, what it tells us is that somehow the income transition has not taken place, and yet income levels are fairly high. Okay? And if you ask why is that, it turns out that in agriculture and allied sectors, a lot of it has got to do with success stories in horticulture. It's the first state in India in terms of horticulture. In terms of aqua in agriculture, you actually have 31 or 30% of shrimp exports coming from Andhra. 30% of the fish of India comes from here. It's the first egg producing state in India. So no wonder, agriculture really dominates. Now, if that happens, and the transition is to services and not really to industry, as you're seeing, and that too a shrinking services sector, which is really happening along the coast, okay? And that too is in terms of tech jobs, etc. It's basically meaning that you're going from one insecure sector to another which is also fairly insecure. Okay? And so I would actually posit, that Andhra is a state with fairly high levels of insecurity, economic insecurity. Okay? And that economic insecurity translates into, is also a factor which we must consider as to why they would be declining, fertility rates. Okay? People need stabilization in their lives, okay, if they actually want to think of family. Family is a long-term commitment. Okay? And so even when you have had policies like have been talked through the day, nowhere in the world have any of those policies worked. Okay? So you can think of giving, money to a third child. You can say, I will give education to a third child. I will allow you to stand for elections. Nothing has worked ever anywhere in the world. Okay? Whatever data we have says it works for some time, but it doesn't work over long periods of time. Finland has tried giving 1,000 euros to a family who has a baby for 10 years, okay, every month. Didn't work. Okay? Japan tried that, youngsters are not meeting and not, therefore having opportunities to form families. They even tried AI matchmaking. Didn't work. Singapore said, why give cash transfers only to parents? Give it also to grandparents because they look after children. Didn't work. Okay? So you can think of a number of things which have been used, okay, across the world. China gives free fertility treatment. China is on the route to halve its population by the end of this century. Okay? It's not working. Okay? So the focus has to really shift, therefore, to the other parts of the population, which is the elderly. Okay? And there again, it's politically very sensitive. Okay? 3 years ago in France, Macron tried to increase the retirement age. There was havoc on the streets. Okay? China is now trying to do that. Okay? It's actually announced that those who are in blue and white collar jobs, okay, they retire at the age of 60 and 55. We should increase it to 63 and 58. There's havoc. Okay? So how do you, have a situation in which those who have got used to a certain lifestyle and are now growing old don't want to contribute further, and those who are young see a very fragile lifestyle for themselves and therefore don't want to get into a commitment that will actually make it very difficult for them long term. Okay? That's really the problem that we've got to fix. And the way in which to fix it, frankly, is unknown. You can try insurance, you can try the state trying to do giveaways and grants. You can try a lot of things. Nothing seems to work. Okay? I think we got to take that, at heart and therefore say that if this is a long-term trend, and this is a 200-year trend that has been happening, then the only way to think is like the way skills has always been thought about. In the 18th century, what was skills? You learned logic, okay, you learned philosophy. Why? Because you had to become either a lawyer or a clergyman. In the 19th century, okay, colleges of engineering, etc., came up when the steam engine, professional education. What's this century? We all know it's the century of AI and virtualization. How do you prepare people for that? Okay? It's a totally different task. Okay? And therefore, there has to be much more emphasis on things which we don't see in schools. Okay? There's got to be lots more soft skills, because more and more work is systemic. And therefore, even though you're a specialist, you got to work in teams where communication is important to ensure that the overall implications of what you do actually ends up in a productive outcome. So communication is key. Coding is key. You can't avoid it today. Okay? Even though coding is now becoming easy with things like ChatGPT, unless you understand it, there's no way you can communicate in a future-oriented work life. Okay? So these are the skills that will happen. They're happening even in agriculture. More and more agriculture is determined by drones, which actually are able to figure out what is moisture retention in the soil, how much therefore irrigation should be released, okay? What is the type of wind-blown patterns, okay? All these are now AI related, okay? So every sphere of life is being transformed, and if you ask me, are we building those skills which will enable people's risk levels to fall? And therefore, you may get some incentive to form more stable families. That's really not happening.
Thank you, Dr. D'Souza. I am, you mentioned China, and China is so desperate. They're even starting sperm banks, but even that is not working in case single women wish to have children. So there are banks available for them without having to go through the issue of getting married. Second, in terms of skilling, you have said that AI is going to shape the future, and we should start investing in the skills. But I do want to remind us on a lighter note that one area you won't be able to increase fertility is using AI. So I'm going to go, if it's okay with the panelists, I'm happy to come first. Go this way, go with the flow.
Thank you. I'm going to try and answer what sounds like an economic question with biology, neurology, and child psychology. I'm from UNICEF, so I'm going to use that angle. I think in the morning sessions we've set the problem in a very interesting mathematical mode. Total fertility rate is coming down, infant mortality rate is coming down, but nodes are coming down, but aging, our population is aging and people are living longer, which means that we have a disparity. And we're looking at the future and how we're going to sustain it. In the simplest terms, that sounds like the equation. Now, one area that I want to talk about is what is it that we're going to invest in? We keep talking about the demographic dividend. Where does that dividend come from? What is that demographic dividend? And in banking terms, a dividend comes when you have an investment. Without an investment, you cannot expect to reap benefits. So where should we be investing? I think this is the core of the question going forward. So allow me just 2 minutes to describe our brains. Very good. No, but I just need this one for the brains. So 2 minutes to describe our brains. The time between conception and the age 2 years is the time when our brains go through the most amazing transformation. The growth of the human brain is at its maximum from conception to age 2 years. There are more than 100 million neuronal connections that are made per second that allows us to be able to learn, to grow. Now, I said from conception, which means that we need to talk about it from the beginning. For a brain to develop that fast and that well, it needs a certain environment. And that environment starts in the womb. And that womb must be, first of all, in a healthy person. So a healthy pregnancy, which means a mother needs to go into a pregnancy with no micronutrient deficiencies, should have adequate nutrition, should be free from infections, diseases, and so on, which is why we have antenatal care that is supposed to support that. And during that pregnancy, one should gain weight because the child's brain and the child's growth is fed through that. And that weight gain must happen in a particular trajectory so that by the time she delivers, she has a healthy baby with the right weight. Because all of that is then important to continue feeding that brain so that it is capable of learning, growing, and absorbing around us. A healthy growth, a healthy brain that comes out of a process like this has the capacity to learn more. The cognitive functions are better, they are faster, they are capable of picking up and learning what we call STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and later life. Their educational achievements grows up, which means that they are also capable of having rewarding jobs and contributing to a society in a meaningful manner. This picture also has a protective value. A child that does not have that is a child that has stunting. So what I've described to you is the anti of stunting. Earlier on, I think Dr. Stunting rates. 1 out of 3 children are stunted. And the story must go that we need to understand what stunting means, that we're already having children starting on a back foot for their development, for their personal achievement in life, so they can contribute meaningfully to society and to the future of the economy. Our aging population, we're looking at 2047, needs to have a strong workforce capable of generating a good economy, contributing to society that allows for that economy to look after an aging population. Stunting also does one other thing. It predisposes a person to chronic illnesses in adult life, which means diabetes, hypertension, and asthma, chronic obstructive airway diseases are far more common in a child who's stunted in later life than if it was not stunted. So I come back again to ask, so what do we need to invest in? Because I think this is where the game is. We invest in what we call an early childhood development model. We invest in today's children in order to have the benefits that we want over the next 10, 20, 30 years. That investment comes in multiple forms. If I ask people in the audience now, what do you do in ECD? Depending on your field of practice, you do something in there already. We have antenatal clinics that are functioning. We have early childhood centers that come up. And we have schools that start off in Anganwadi centers and so on. But the continuum of care is incomplete, which is why we have 1 out of 3 children with stunting. If it was complete, we would not have that. We have children who are severely, acutely malnourished before the age of 6 months, which means that the exclusive breastfeeding, free, exclusive breastfeeding is not available to them, and they do not have the nutrition required for that brain to grow. When they reach 6 months, the practices that allows us to progress from exclusive breastfeeding to complementary feeding is disrupted. The care economy does not give our mothers enough time to breastfeed exclusively, continuously, because they need to go back to work and they need to earn, which means that that child is introduced to other forms of nutrition that already creates a predisposition for the malnutrition. When a mother goes to work, who looks after the child? We've heard today that increasingly we're going to a more nuclear family structure. So who's looking for that? Who's looking after that child? Grandparents, sometimes it's another child, an older sibling, an old child in the community that looks after that child, which is suboptimal care. And for that brain to grow, it needs a nurturing, loving care. It needs to have peace of mind, which means no violence, no toxic stress. When there's violence in the home, it affects the brain development. And when I say violence, it doesn't have to be physical, even psychological, emotional violence that creates that kind of stress in the home has a tendency to reduce brain development. I'm not saying this one out of my pocket. This is backed by science. It has been demonstrated. Now, what has also been demonstrated now is that having these programs in place is one thing. And we do that already. But having it in a coordinated manner allows us to utilize the funds that we have to the maximum benefit through a multi-sectoral coordination platform that make sure that every penny goes to that child and is not lost in vertical programs that do not speak to each other. There is a famous economist, I'm sure the economists and the gurus in the house will know, the Hickman curve. Everybody knows that. The earliest intervention before age 2 years is the one that gives you the maximum returns. But the trick in that is it has to be a comprehensive early childhood development program that gives you the returns. And it has been shown that if you, for every single dollar you invest, you can have up to $17 return. It is the largest social investment return case you can make. But the coordination platforms, the engagement systems do not function at the moment. And that's an investment case. That's a place where we should be able to invest. And continuing that care from 2 years and beyond through early childhood development centers, community engagement and participation in the care of the child, and bringing parents and the communities as partners in that care. We tend to try and drive care for children, for families, from the top down, from government systems, from healthcare facilities, but we need to bring parents along, who are the most important stakeholder in that game. And a comprehensive early childhood development does that. And you've talked about skilling earlier on. This is the second investment case that we need to be thinking about. Tomorrow's future is based on, yes, AI, absolutely. Technology is taking over many things. The exams in schools in 10 years' time, 20 years' time, will not look like the exams today. They will be in different formats because AI is here to stay and it's changing the way we work. And for that, we need to prepare young people. We need to prepare children to be able to be ready for school through early childhood education. Because pre-primary education that is structured, playful, and engaged has, and it's been demonstrated, the capacity to give a child far better scores when they're doing their primary education. Then when you get into primary, secondary education, we need to prepare our young people for an economy that is willing to accept them. What are the skill sets that they take? Is it just science, engineering, technology, maths, or does it include life skills? How to cope in a world that they're living in a fast-changing world. For some of us, I think today's world, without the right guidance, we might be lost ourselves because it's changing so fast. And that kind of linkage is important, and which is where I think private sector needs to be brought in to have a very clear pathway that skills that are growing in secondary schools, in universities, are skills that are marketable in industry that requires that pool, so that you can have a whole life cycle approach to that engagement. And I'm going to go back one big step behind to pre-conception care as a young person. Yes, finishing it. As a young person, as a young adult, as an adolescent, as a youth going into life, there must be a common sense learning that everybody should know, that before I get pregnant, I should be healthy. I shouldn't be anemic. That I shouldn't have any of these. In a land of plenty, where there's agriculture that we've just talked about, the link between food security and nutrition must be greater. That we need to be able to empower young people to make those decisions for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm sure the planning department and the health principal secretary, they must be listening to you with great interest, and everything you've said, clearly you made a compelling case, like UNICEF staff always does for early childhood, and especially, it's not just the health of the child. That's important for everyone, but this state particularly, as it grapples with the challenge of its numbers, population numbers and fertility. But every child needs to be taken care of. And thanks for bringing out the cognitive aspect. We only keep talking about the nutrition aspect, and the cognitive aspect is very important in a family, emotional, other aspects. But that's really, really important. And I'd like to say there's opportunity to create jobs there in the care economy, not free unpaid care by the woman, but care economy. There's also opportunities for child care centers, which I hope they will take a lead, the state of Andhra Pradesh. So over to you with that. I'm particularly delighted we have somebody who's been involved with planning in the state and who has a vision for the state that many of you may have seen in the past, but let's hear a vision from you for the future, sir.
Thanks, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody. Coming back from science to economics, you can say. This particular session has been extremely interesting and important for me, and it has increased my knowledge like anything, sitting from morning to evening, because usually I'm used to numbers and economics charts and everything, but today seeing the charts of the health parameters and overall fertility rates, all these things, I think I had to reinvent myself in this subject without any doubt, because the effort which I have been putting in for last 3 years is nothing from what I have learned in this just one single day. When everybody was saying AP TFR is only around 1.5, I was just searching which other country or state is closer to us, at least on per capita income basis. Then what I have seen, Sweden also is 1.5, but Sweden's per capita income is 28 times more than Andhra Pradesh. Then I realized the problem. Though Sweden has 1.5 fertility rate, same as Andhra Pradesh, their per capita income is 28 times more. Then where are we? Then what are we talking about the demographic dividend? Will the real demographic dividend that we say that India has can be converted into good economic gains, or it will turn out to be a disaster by lack of management of it? Because here I was observing another thing also, that is increase in elderly population because of changes in life expectancy rates and better medical facilities, and Government of India also coming forward with more insurance schemes and Arogya schemes also. I was just checking, France and Sweden took 120 to 80 years to move their elderly population from 7% to 14%. I just compared with the Indian numbers. We will move in just 28 years. Where is 120 and 80 years of their population moving to elderly segment of more than 14%? And here in India, if we go at the current rates, we will move to 20% elderly population as quickly as in 3 decades itself, within 3 decades. The complexity lies in that. Then I thought, what is the biggest change we have to bring in the demographic to avail demographic dividend? Then, thinking deeply, I thought we have one big underutilized asset for the country. Only one big underutilized asset. What is that? Women. Unless we change the lives of our women, we are not going to avail any demographic dividend, that is for sure. Why I am telling you? If you see the worker population ratio, WPR also, 15 to 29 age group, women participation is 19, whereas men participation is as high as 58. And similarly, again, from 30 to 59 age group also, if you see women participation is around 19, men participation is around 61. Now, okay, worker population ratio is in that manner. We will move to labor force participation ratio. Again in labor force also, if you compare, the data is more or less similar. For 15 to 29, it's around 22 for women, and nearly 80% in the men. Therefore, when you have participation of women in such a low numbers, both in worker population and also labor force. Unless we focus on development of women, creating opportunities for them, moving that section into a much better manner, we will not avail any demographic dividend. That I am confident, unless if we focus on women. That is the first thing which I wanted to point out. Coming to economics of providing incentives or preparing policies and everything, evidence is the key. And I go by evidence. What many countries have attempted. Nearly every country has failed. Just for an example, I will take South Korea itself, which is in the news because more or less it is a negative TFR. As early as in 1970s, if you observed South Korea, when it made the changes in taxation and everything, encouraging their own industries to prosper and everything through tax breaks and everything, and not focused on fertility rates. Today, those same tax breaks which they have given at that time have come to haunt them today. Therefore, just giving tax breaks to industries here or creating jobs, everything, may not be as successful exercise as we expect it to be. Hungary has attempted. In Hungary also, there was a family tax, concessions given in Hungary also. It did not work out. Therefore, what can work out in India? Because no cap fits all. Therefore, we have to make a tailor-made solution for India itself also. Therefore, moving back from the women's side, I see the skill set which they need, the skill set which the youth needs, with the current needs, unless if we do not focus on them, the unemployment ratio, which is already at a higher levels, will move much higher. And coming back to some of the points which Errol sir also has said, with the AI and everything in place, we don't know what changes will take place of agent AIs also will start working. Maybe as early as July, I think Meta is coming out with agent AIs also. Whether really all these skills can be imparted to the youth so that at least these employment opportunities can be generated for them or not. And coming to Andhra Pradesh particularly, we have a totally different problem. Even now, post-bifurcation of the state is predominantly agriculture dependent, even now, 60%. And workforce also is majority is in agriculture department. When workforce is majorly in agriculture side, and the concerning data which we have been seeing from the morning, nearly 70% women have undergone sterilization and 9% hypersectomy. That means we have only around 20% women who can reproduce, literally. That means where is the money going to come to the state? Where is the capital that is to come to the state? To incentivize or even provide elderly care also in future. Everybody keeps commenting on freebies which governments are giving, freebies to women or anything also. But have they really cured the problem or have really given some succor to them, women? I think we should do a clear evidence-based surveys also in that. And totally refocus and rephrase all the programs in that manner also. Because today, having a limited own revenues for the state, being a predominantly agriculture, okay, we are focusing on industry and everything to create employment of nearly 20 lakh jobs in these coming 4 years also. I don't think that should be sufficient enough to reverse 1.5 TFR to even 1.8. I am not asking for a replacement rate of 2.1 also. Even 1.8 also would be a okay thing if we reach in, say, 1 decade. Because we know these statistics are such, these cannot be reversed in 1 year or 2 years just because I come out with a policy. Because I have seen Europe, one generation after generation, population has come down by 2/3. If one generation had, say, 1 crore, the next generation had only around 7.5, 75 lakhs. That was the kind of falls Europe has also seen. Therefore, if we don't want that kind of falls here, at least sustain the population, to increase it, provide more incentivization towards healthcare. And one of the speakers have rightly pointed out 3 dividends, like not only demographic, in the end, silver dividend also. When I have mentioned in my opening remarks that as quickly as in 3 decades, if we end up with an elderly population closer to 20%, you need to provide so many services for them, healthcare for them, and employable and working age beyond 60, right up to 65, 68, so that you will enjoy a silver dividend. Otherwise, there is no question of even silver dividend if we do not start providing these things right away from today itself. These complexities, too many complexities which are there, can be resolved, provided, like I have mentioned in between also, that the policy should be framed purely on evidence base and not purely because of whims and fancies or political this thing. An easy solution can be there, migration. Globally we have seen. Can't European countries allow migration of Africans to reduce their own problem? But political considerations come into place. Will they really allow it? Are we not seeing America itself today? The problems on illegal immigrants or whatever it is. Therefore, within the country also, migration is going to become a problem, if not initially. Already some states have complained before also, saying people from Bihar to Maharashtra or from north to south, those complaints. Therefore, migration cannot be a total key, but integration can be a key for one of the solutions. And one advantage which we have, at least in Andhra Pradesh, is we have a dynamic chief minister who thinks about the future well in advance. Because I can confidently say, what CBN sir thinks today, India will think after a decade. I am telling you. Why I am telling you here simply, around 3 years back, here why I can confidently say is, since I have been associated with him through his think tank also, GFST. We have been thinking around 4 or 5 years back regarding the same TFR ratio population, this thing. One of the first phone call which I have received after CM sir has said, you produce more babies means from BBC. He said, why does a 1.4 billion population nation wants to produce more babies? Are you less? You are 17.6% population of the world. And why do you want to produce more babies? That was the first question asked by BBC. Their correspondent in India has called me and said, I said, you see the next 3 or 4 years, as the data kicks in, then you will realize what the problem is. And because we have followed diligently the government policies of late 90s and early 2000, we landed in problem, Andhra Pradesh, because of the low TFR. If we literally did not follow the government of India guidelines at that time, definitely we would have been on a better footing being an agriculture state today. We could have got more resources even from finance commissions. In one of the presentations you have seen also, when you are giving a reward of only 12.5% on demographic this thing for a state like Andhra Pradesh, or any southern state for that matter, we have been the biggest losers. Therefore, We'll go, before we go for the next question also, these are the opening remarks which I thought could have addressed your question, madam. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Very, very. As you see the audience response, your response has been so well taken and accepted. If I were to take out a headline from what you said, it would be that women are a biggest resource that is not being used, and also in terms of migration, I just want to say that the world has no choice. Whether it's Japan, Korea, even China later, many of the European countries have no choice but to have migration. I think illegal migration, we can understand there's a problem, but a planned migration is the direction in which the world will go to. And India and Japan have already signed an agreement. There's a bilateral agreement where we are going to prepare 50,000, let's say, nurses, which is what they need or whatever they need. But my thing is, it shouldn't be a brain drain that you have experienced in Andhra. I've been working with the government on seeing that they invest in training and education here. We cannot train our engineers and give them away to the US, even if they are heading corporations. So thank you so much. And now I'm going to come to you, Mr. Dhinkar. Shri Dhinkar Lanka, we haven't heard from you at all, and it will be an absolute honor to know which direction you would, as not along with the bureaucracy, you're from the political leadership, where would you like to take us?
Yeah, today, from morning onwards, we keeps on get various experts' opinion pertaining to the population, fertility, sterilization, and mortality, demographic dividend, and so on. My view is, first, as a nation, the aspiration of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, Vikasit Bharat by 2047, and Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu ji's vision is Swarnandhra 2047. As far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, Honorable Chief Minister set a target growth at the rate of 15%, $2.4 trillion economy by 2047. Why I am speaking all these things? Because whatever the objectives, whether Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji laid down or Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu ji laid down, ultimately these things achievable for the growth and development of the people. People are very important and a key factor in all these objectives, whatever which we need to attain. And we need to think why the population is very much subject matter to concern for everyone in our country, and to discuss is aging factor. Till this afternoon, everybody speaks about the population, and as our one of the panelists, my best friend Kutumrao Garu also told that even though 140 crore people already reached our India, why again the growth in the population is the call which is given by the Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu very long back. Because aging is the problem, workforce is ultimately adversely impacting due to the aging problem. So, to achieve $40 billion economy as per the aspiration of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, or $2.4 trillion economy as per the aspiration of Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu ji, these are all the factors, aging factors, and workforce is very important to achieve apart from this, we are speaking about the population and population growth. Definitely till 2011, as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, our population growth rate is much higher than the national average. all of a sudden, from 2011 to till now, we are registering low-level growth rate when compared to the national average. Because various practical constraints which already discussed, I don't want to spell it out once again for the sake of don't waste any further time. So these are the problems which need to be addressed. Before addressing these problems, what are the existing problems? Capacity building is one important thing which need to be looked at. As far as the services are concerned from the government, as a chairman of 20-point program from government of Andhra Pradesh, I toured extensively 15 districts so far out of 26 in last 4 months. I reviewed with various district collectors. I want to give practical note pertaining to the 2 schemes. Why those schemes which were not achieved the objective as per the aspiration of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Because derail of the governance between 2019-24 is one of the important factors that I noticed. Let you take that Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji called for safe drinking water for every household in rural area under Jal Jeevan Mission. In urban, it is Amrut scheme which was implemented in the year 2015 itself. I am taking example Guntur and Rajahmundry. Why I am taking is it is interesting facts come out. Guntur is just besides the Krishna river. Rajahmundry is just besides the Godavari river. Union government had given funds in Amrut 1 scheme. The then government under the leadership of Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu between 2014-19 very well planned and he incurred expenditure objectively. Unfortunately, after 2019 and till 2024, those schemes were stalled because no funds provided from the state government share. Apart from that, there is a ULB share, urban local body share also not provided because the government policy, all the urban local body funds have been taken into the account of the state government through CFMS. So, automatically the objectivity of the program was failed. Now Amrut 2 is coming, Amrut 1 not yet completed. These 2 areas where besides the Krishna River, Guntur Municipal Corporation and Rajahmundry Municipal Corporation besides Godavari, still 40% of tap connections not available in urban area. So plenty of water resources is available because underutilization and non-utilization of fund as laid by the statutory basin means in which it should be carried, it was not done. And when I ask the stalled Amrut 1 work whether you carry with Amrut 2 funds, no answer. Already off, shut, stitched with the available resources. They are going to stitch off pant. There is no use of those shirt and pant because both are off stitched. That's why the governance, when the governance is derailed in between, these kind of repercussions also happened. So these kind of existing problems get resolved. We are recommending to the Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu, wherever these kind of parts, why I am telling this particular thing as an example, policy intervention, you mentioned that policy intervention in population management. These are the policies from the government when the changes in the government, which is influencing adversely, incurring the expenditure for the safety and security of the general public. It should not be happen. And Jal Jeevan Mission, one more classic example in Andhra Pradesh, in rural area. It is 26,000 crores funds were earmarked for the state of Andhra Pradesh, 50% from the central government, 50% the state government. 2,200 crores were only expenditure incurred by 2024, but on dashboard it showcases as 65 to 70% were completed. How it is possible? Without incurring expenditure, how can that much of percentage of work was completed can be showcased? These are these kind of things which is due to misgovernance and wrong approach in governance. These are the things happened up to 2024. We want to correct all these measures. Honestly, I am congratulating my Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu. He took decision in the recent budget very clearly. He gave the direction. urban local body funds shall not be taken through CFMS. Those funds shall be utilized by the urban local bodies only. Keeping in view of our observations in reviews, these kind of decision, this is the right decision and good governance, which is very much required. Why I am telling is existing facilities itself is not cope up with the requirement of the people. We are speaking about the future growth of the population. How can we mitigate without rectifying the existing problems? So capacity building is very much important as far as rural infrastructure is concerned, urban infrastructure is concerned, skilling for education and health, as far as health requirements are concerned. All those things are looking into positively so as to provide services to the general public for the inclusive growth and maintaining demographic dividend a proper way, nooks and corners across the state. These are the ways in which we are trying to build our state in systematic order to achieve $2.4 trillion economy. And this growth at the rate of 15% growth rate, which is projected, we are going to achieve with progressive thoughts, dedication, determination, direction, decisiveness of Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Definitely, we hope that we will achieve, as per the aspiration of Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu Garu, as per his vision, Swarnandhra 2047, we achieve Swarnandhra. And we contribute to our nation for Vikasit Bharat as per the Sankalpa of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji by 2047. Thank you.
I'm sure everybody joins you in hoping and ensuring that Viksit Bharat takes place 47 and also Andhra Pradesh. You raised a very important point, good governance. And you know, if Andhra Pradesh has achieved maternal mortality rates that are low, child mortality rates that are low, though it needs to do more, but lower than even, as you said, developed countries, I think it is a measure of good governance there, perhaps not in the Jal Vibhag. And I hope that the governance will improve with the new management policy and that your 20-point program will include women as a resource to invest in.
I need to tell one point. First, I appealed Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu. First, we want to change the name 20 Points Program as a Viksit Bharat Implementation Program. We gave the representation already. And as far as women workforce is concerned, as underutilization of women capability, as Honorable Member Kutumbrao ji told, I give the very beautiful example. Lakpati Didi concept has been introduced by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji through self-help groups. More Lakpati Didis are rising. As far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, highest among all the states, 38 Lakpati Didis has been targeted our state of Andhra Pradesh. Target is not conclusive. Target is just for the motivation, aspiration and motivation. Definitely we use the potentiality of the women. And we are going to use the self-help groups. Even if you think about the PM Suryagar, the program is going to be very much successful with the intervention of self-help group. We are using women as the power for the success of these kind of central government schemes in the state of Andhra Pradesh.
In fact, that's a great asset in Andhra. Actually, we all see your women self-help groups as a great asset. Now, you must have been wondering why the officer from the planning division has been coming up and whispering something in my ear. No, he wasn't telling me that we aren't doing well, that we should finish up early. He was saying that the chief ministers expected a little later. So we have the time to do a couple of questions on the stage and a couple of questions from the very patient audience that we have here, and also if somebody from the government would like to respond to some of the great suggestions that have been made. So I'm going to ask you a short, quick question on how Andhra Pradesh can effectively leverage you know, not just on skilling, go beyond skilling, it's demographic and gender dividend to drive the economy so that it doesn't turn out to be, they've got very little time. Andhra Pradesh has 15 years for the demographic dividend. And I saw the concern not only on your face, but words, that it shouldn't be a demographic disaster. And if we miss the opportunity, it's not just a missed opportunity, but what are we going to do with young, unskilled people, both men and women, and that also at a time when we have a very aspiring young generation who are, many of them are here. So what hope will you give them? What ideas would you give, not just for the government, but for the young people to take it on and move?
I think the first problem is we do have a lack of data. So the last data point we have is 2011, if I'm right.
The census you're referring to?
Yes, and it basically shows that, you know, the gender ratio turned adverse for Andhra Pradesh. So from 2011 till now, did it improve? You know, I mean, is an important point. People on the ground would know this. Okay, people like me who are not working at ground level, you know, don't have a sense of what is going on. But if gender ratios have turned adverse, okay, and if you take into account all the things that we've been talking about today, then the story really, you know, for Andhra Pradesh is one of actually improving, you know, the conditions for work. I'm sort of building on what, you know, Dr. Kutumburao said. It is true in India as well as Andhra Pradesh, and in that sense, Andhra is like India. Women's labor force participation rates is very low. Okay, and so if you really want to build an economy up and you want to make it a $2.5 trillion, $3 trillion economy, without women, it's not going to happen. Okay, that's a very clear sign to us. Therefore, everything that we've been discussing, including things like, you know, having fantastic childcare facilities, okay? Because when you educate women, you're actually educating them in a non-discriminatory way. There's no way a woman who has been educated is going to go into, you know, a life post-education which may be discriminatory. Okay? Why should she bear the full burden of childcare? Okay? I mean, she's been used all her life to thinking that way.
House care.
Yes, house care, okay. More and more women today, I mean, I see that in universities, are actually asking for equal partners, okay. So it's also men who have to be addressed. It's not just women, okay. Now, these are things that come by example. These are not things that are going to come through a policy, okay. If leaders show these examples, okay. I remember, I mean, there was a time when, you know, Justin Trudeau, God bless his soul, he's just lost an election. You know, he was coming to, you know, visit my institution, and he was late, okay. And he was the Prime Minister of Canada, and when he came 10 minutes late, he said, "I'm sorry, I'm late." And I said, "What happened?" I got quite taken aback. He said, "I had to feed my daughter, and she wasn't willing to eat, and I had to somehow spend that time with her." And to me, it was a very striking thing to say from a leader, that is important. Okay, I may have missed out on some public function, I may have missed out on some, but the signal went through immediately. You know, when I talked about, see, there was a sort of a bated breath. And if the Prime Minister does that, parents equally, and that, you know, growing up in such a society is truly an equal society, okay? And as I said, in all schools and colleges today, we treat women equally. So why should it be suddenly that it transitions the moment they get married, okay? Young women are not going to accept that, unlike earlier, okay? And so creating that field. Once you're in the field, the other policy which is very important when women are working is to ensure that, there's going to be a time period when, if they want to have a family, they're going to be out of the labor force. There should be no stigma coming back into the labor force. In fact, you need policies to actually, push and make it easy for them to do that. Okay? Sweden has a nice thing on this, which is basically that before you come out of the labor force, and not just for reasons of family, but also for reasons that, jobs may actually be getting lost, they work with employers to actually retrain people, and employers pay a tax for that. Okay? Employers pay, if I'm right, a 0.5% payroll tax, which is basically that before the person is going to lose their job, this is announced to that council, the Job Security Council, who then work with the person to retrain, reskill them, and make them available. It's not a surprise that in the European Union, when a person loses their job, therefore, and jobs are going to be lost more in the future, as much as jobs are going to be gained, but of different types. It's not going to be like in my generation or a generation slightly younger than me, that you joined and a job was available for life. That's not possible. Okay? So the Swedish data tends to tell us that because of this type of policy, people are 80% more likely to be employed rather than the 20% in Germany and other European countries. Okay? Now that gives hope to people. And that actually makes them, again, be willing to participate in civic and political life as well as family life. Okay? So I think, these are the larger questions that we need to think about. We don't need to target it at women. Okay? You got to think about it from the point of view of, the larger forces which are driving, individuals, families, and the nation. And you got to give a lot more credit to individual creativity to respond to those. Okay? It's not going to be just, some sort of policy dictum.
So well said. We make policies, but the implementation depends not just on the policy maker. It depends on how the people receive it and how it works for them. And finally, when discussing the population management and dynamics, I think you've so rightly brought out the generational aspirations that we have totally overlooked in any policy making in India, except in electioneering. We understand the aspirations of the women, so we are giving them soaps. We understand the aspiration of people in some areas, but we, in policy making, which is very messy compared to even politics, it's a very tough to make policy, especially in complex situations. I'd like to say that the aspirations that you have brought out of the young people, and people, women, not just young people, but women, elderly population, young couples prioritizing career growths, financial independence, nuclear family structure, therefore, is changing. And whereas the elderly often seek emotional security, familial bonding, and the continuity of traditions we are talking about, but in an aspirational, very fast changing world, not just in Andhra, but across India and the world. I don't know how we are going to change, make major shifts and do a back gear to move from always saying we need women to have more children, less children. How are we going to shift the gear? How are we going to deal with working more than that? A young girl who aspires to study, who aspires to work, who aspires to have a career, and where do children fit in there? I think we have to see it in that context. And at this point, seeing it in the context of young people and family, can we throw the open for questions to the audience? So I'm going to first look at the back. if there are people who haven't had a chance from the first row. So I see a gentleman in a white kurta there, a white shirt, and then a lady, where? And the lady behind, and then the gentleman in the red kurta, if I may identify you with, and then I'll come to this side. So the right side first.
Good afternoon, panelists. I'm Revant, an MBA second year student at SRM. So how can taxation-related policies be leveraged to overcome these population-related economic conditions?
Quick question. Are you going to continue, or
No.
I compliment you on your short question?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Should we take 3 or 4 questions?
We'll answer it right away.
Okay, please.
No, very interesting question, because earlier in my comments also I have said some countries have tried through tax proposals to reverse the TFR, but unfortunately they have not succeeded to the extent which their targets were. But I think complementing with the point that we need funds, that too large amount of funds for skilling our youth, for demographic dividend, I think a cess in the lines. Earlier, Union government has also levied a cess on health and education. Similarly, for developing roads, there was a road infrastructure cess also, and even from crude also. I don't think people will mind after such a prosperity in this post-2014, the growth of economy has been so rapid. I think a cess must be needed, particularly aimed at managing the demography, where in this cess, the funds allocation can be done. The states with higher TFR may be penalized, and the low TFR states can be incentivized to improve the TFR. In that manner, I think a cess would not be a wrong thing. That's what I feel. Maybe taxpayers would be slightly worried, saying that why extend this cess, Raj, but definitely to bolster the revenues and fresh raising of resources can be done only through taxation, not to just reallocating the resources from one department to other department, because the priority should be on education, health, coupled with skilling in both the segments to avail the demographic dividend for the next 2 decades.
Thank.
As far as taxation is concerned, direct taxation and indirect taxation, reforms are the continuous process. Let you observe that even Honorable Finance Minister 2 days back spelled out that GST rates also looking there slashed down. They are working out, because when the huge number of people coming into the tax net, automatically tax rates can be get down, which is beneficial for the consumers to buy their products at the cheaper prices. And whether to reduce or maintain the same tax rate, it is the continuous examination of the tax collections and expenditure part, as well as how many number of people are coming into the tax net. These are all the things which they take care, and accordingly they will, the union government take reforms for the taxation part.
Thank you.
Thank you for your response, sir. We'll take the next question. Volunteers? Yeah.
A very good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries on the stage. Thank you very much for gracing us with your respected wisdom and knowledge. The tax deduction was the question that I was going to ask, where France had also increased their TFR from 1.5 to 1.8, including Sweden, who had success on TFR increment from 1.5 to 1.8. But they also noted that primarily tax deduction alone was not enough. They also needed to implement in the policy child care, parental leave, and work-life balance. How are we in India supposed to implement a policy that can address all these qualities? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, definitely some of the interventions which our health secretary has also mentioned during the his panel discussion, like extending the leaves during the pregnancy time. Maybe even the male employee should be given an opportunity. Changes can be done with the present this thing. Like somebody might feel harsh that we might be invading into their privacy or rights also. But I would say, seeing the sterilization numbers and these things, why not put a temporary ban or holiday on sterilization in Andhra Pradesh?
The secretary is smiling, but the state won't be smiling.
I am really worried, ma'am, because it's actually the suggestion which I am making is for the benefit of women also, because a temporary ban can be kept, and the more children they produce, I will say a new policy should come where education would be free.
Education is already free.
Already.
But the quality of education
and will be improved.
Your girls give up, don't go get educated, they drop out at a higher level. Across the country.
Another indirect fallout which I have observed is the inequality which has grown, especially post-COVID also, between rich and poor. Rich and poor, the inequality has gone up so much. Based on the aspirations, and the middle class which is aspiring for higher this thing, want to save money and do not want to have kids.
Yeah.
That's also I have observed.
True. But going back to sterilization, you made a very strong statement which can impact women's lives. We stop sterilization. I'd like to put before you that Andhra Pradesh increases its investment on temporary methods. It's only literally 1%. So in a state where you have such a large young population, women will get opportunity to postpone their having a child and not postpone even getting married. But temporary methods, if they are given, then women have choices and families have choices. And putting a ban on sterilization, I can't see it happening, and I will be the first to oppose it. I don't want to oppose you, sir. Not even, no. Let's discuss it. I'm worried about that. But you wanted to answer.
No, I just think that, we need to think through a policy before we go in that direction. If you say 70% of women are sterilized, my natural next question is, was it voluntary or was it forced? Okay. We have heard no stories from Andhra Pradesh, okay, that it was forced. So why did women make the choice? Okay. And if they made that choice, was it linked to the issues I was talking about earlier? I'm done with the family. We saw the median age was 22. You're done with the family. I don't want to live with any more uncertainties in my life. I will invest everything I can in the 1 or 2 children I have. Okay. We don't have that data point.
We don't have that data. We also, sir, don't have data on how much money we spend in Andhra Pradesh on giving incentives, both to the woman and to the provider. We did a calculation at Population Foundation of India of the national expenditure on family planning. We found 85% of the expenditures at the national level in family planning, which are woefully low, are on sterilization, of which 87% of the expenditures are on incentives, 13.5% on training, and only 4% of that measly small amount of family planning was on spacing. And when the economic report, which I thought, let's go to the finance ministry. We were tired of going to the health ministry, saying budgets. They would tell us, go to the finance ministry. So finally, we went to the finance ministry and they put it in the economic survey. And thereafter, we saw a huge increase in investment in temporary methods. So I'm trying to make a convincing case to you.
No, absolutely right, madam, because like what Errol sir also has said, good policy making totally depends upon good data, evidence-based data, so that a right policy which can be drafted can be done only on that basis. Like initially, after your observations that the money was going only for sterilization and not other this thing, only then the reform has taken place. And now today, you are happy now that the changes have come. That's where the evidence comes. That just I'll add a twist to the debate which I started on the sterilization ban.
Yes,
why is
it is.
No, higher 1 point, ma'am. 1 point. No, just 1 point. Niranjan, just 1 point. While women's sterilization is 70%, why is male sterilization only 1%?
Good afternoon.
No. Male sterilization is only 1%. Women's sterilization is 70%.
You know, men won't get sterilized for a range of reasons, including their obsession with their virility. It is the women we can count on. Yes. We want the men to help the women in the household, caring, rearing. We want men to...
That's the point I wanted. No, that's the point I wanted from you.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity. You can't have better panelists than that.
May I?
Yeah.
But I'm going to hand the mic over to Secretary in a minute. Can I attempt to answer, or at least perhaps address the question that Dr. Errol D'Souza raised, and it goes back to what Dr. Zelalem was talking about, as well as what Dr. Kutumbarai was saying. You see, how did this happen that we've got 70% going to sterilization? You got a dominance of C-sections, you got a dominance of hysterectomy. This is all being driven by the privatization of the health system. Let's just remind ourselves about that's what has happened in this part of the country. And that's what that's what I think Dr. Tafesse was talking about, a public health system which enables a focus on the first 1,000 days of the child. A 1,000 days focus on the child is going to happen only when you have a focus on the mother, and the MCH system, health system only can deliver that. The private system cannot deliver that. What you've seen happening is the private system.
You got your applause.
No, that's not the point. I want a question to my question. I'm cutting it off. Can I put the question to Dr. Zelalem? My question to Dr. Zelalem is: you've spent 2 years here in this state and in Hyderabad. What's your experience with the 1,000 days program? We had a 1,000 days program which has been around. What happened to that?
Thank you. I'll tell you, across the state and within the region, there is significant investment that's already happening in the first 1,000 days. There is investment that's happening through the health sector in improving antenatal care. There is investment that's happening in providing iron tablets, folic acid, different forms, and that are happening. In fact, in some communities, and a lot of communities, even transportation that is provided for women from their communities to the health facility and back on a regular basis. Now, there is investment, but there is happening. What the point I was trying to make is, in early childhood development, investment in one sector alone or the other sector is inadequate. Healthcare is one, and without adequate, good antenatal care that results in a healthy baby and a healthy mother.
So what additional
yes, I'm coming to that one. Without that, you also need good nutrition services that must start from zero and enhance exclusive breastfeeding, complementary feeding, reducing unnecessary additional foods, like biscuits that go to a child at 6 months, like the kind of services that make sure that the immunization is complete. Then in addition, I think the gentleman already mentioned water, sanitation and hygiene that must be available in the home to reduce repeated infections. Protection for the child from violence, from a toxic environment, and a nurturing care that allows for that brain to grow. That can happen in a multi-sectoral coordination platform. And you are right, sir. I think we need to make sure that both private and public sector resources are coming to support this, because whether we like it or not, a certain percentage of our population goes to private healthcare facilities. How do we make sure that the policies that exist in the private and public are matching? Because with that missing link, we will have a problem. And if I just say one last thing, the cutting edge of this is we need to identify who we are leaving behind also and make sure we cover those populations, because where there is deprivation in one, you have multiple deprivations in the same populations. Thank you.
True.
I think so. Thanks so much. The whole debate about the pause on sterilization, whether it's about ban or suspension of the incentives or the whole thing about male versus the female sterilization, I must say that the Andhra is the one state where the male sterilization at least exists. In all other states in India, it's an extinct. So the kind of the investment and what the in Araku Valley and many of these places, the male sterilization still continue to be practiced. The point that has to be clarified in the debate that was happening is about the pause in the sterilization for suspension of incentives from the public sector or the whole health sector point of view, vis-a-vis the kind of medicalization that's happening for the reproductive life cycle of the woman. Imagine a woman, first birth, C-section, second birth, because first birth is C-section, the second birth again leading to C-section. Then immediately the sterilization is linked to the C-section. Then by the age of 35 years, the hysterectomy. There's like, say, 4 surgeries. I think we need to be careful, and that is where the policy needs to actually determine how to deal within the public health sector, but also about the regulating the private sector. It might be an expensive argument to take. However, that is required. That's where the birthing of the experiences can actually help reverse the fertility, if we do need to reverse it.
Thank you very much, and we'll talk. I hope the crowd at the back, the young people will shout out and give their views to the Chief Minister.
I had a question here.
So sorry, we can't take any more questions for the paucity of time. A heartfelt thank you to our panel chair and panelists for your valuable time, expertise and contributions. Your insights have not only enriched today's discussions, but also provided us with meaningful takeaways for the future. As a token of our deep appreciation for your valuable insights and contributions, we would now like to honor our esteemed panel members. We kindly request Shri M.T. Krishnababu, Special Chief Secretary, Health, Medical and Family Welfare Government of AP, to kindly do the honors and present the mementos to our distinguished panel chairs and panelists. Please put your hands together for a Thank you very much, panelists. We now request you to kindly take your seats in the auditorium. The government of Andhra Pradesh has launched the Swarn Andhra 2047 Vision Plan. A video on the Vision Plan, showcasing its various aspects, is presented before you.
ఆంధ్ర ప్రదేశ్ గొప్ప సంస్కృతి సంప్రదాయాలకు పుట్టినిల్లు మాత్రమే కాదు, ఆధునికతను నూతనత్వాన్ని అందిపుచ్చుకుంటూ సరికొత్త ఆవిష్కరణలతో ఉన్నత ఆకాంక్షలతో స్వర్ణ శకం వైపు అడుగులేస్తోన్న ఒక ప్రగతిపూర్వక రాష్ట్రం. ఆనందం, అభివృద్ధి మరియు బాధ్యతతో కూడిన తెలుగు ప్రజలు, అన్ని వర్గాల సమగ్ర అభివృద్ధిని సాధించే సమాజం, వినూతన ఆలోచన కేంద్రం, ప్రపంచ స్థాయి నాలెడ్జ్ హబ్, స్పీడ్ ఆఫ్ డూయింగ్ బిజినెస్ నినాదంతో ముందుకెళుతున్న పారిశ్రామిక ఆకర్షణ కేంద్రం మన ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్. స్వర్ణాంధ్రకు ప్రజలే కీలకం. అందుకే రాష్ట్రంలోని ప్రతి ఒక్కరి ఆకాంక్షలను నెరవేర్చేలా ప్రపంచ స్థాయి నాణ్యమైన విద్య, అందుబాటులో ఉత్తమమైన ఆరోగ్య సంరక్షణ, ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి సమాన అవకాశాలు లభించే రాష్ట్రాన్ని తీర్చిదిద్దు.
ఇదిగా ఇదే కదా. ఇది కూడా కదా. ఇది
background.
What they wanted to do in this building. Hydrogen, semiconductor technology engineering. Sir, it's a
మీరు కొంచెం ఎన్నికి రండి మీరు లెన్స్లో వస్తున్నాయి కదా లైవ్ This is academic first. Bang. So this one is industrial ఎక్కడ తెచ్చారు మైక్ అక్కడ ఉంది బాగా మైక్ ఇవ్వండి సార్ మైక్ కొంచెం బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్ భయ్యా ఆన్ చేసా పెంచుతాను పైన వస్తుంది సార్ లేదు జనరల్ నెక్స్ట్ అయితే
వెరీ నైస్ గుడ్
the buildings now we are going to see.
This is the
This academic cluster.
What?
It will come here. It will have all the academic. And this is the hostel block.
This
and
is
this called Ganga Hostel.
Ganga Hostel. How many rooms?
I think 2,000 rooms.
2,000 rooms.
I think it's this is Boston. Boston, I have seen one building like this.
That has come well. It is nice. This building, this is one, this is second. Another 2, 3. Third one. This is
This is called Vedavati Hostel.
Vedavati Hostel.
And this is called
Ganga Hostel.
And this is the industrial research park.
The Industrial Research Park.
This is academic cluster which will come here in the front.
Academic cluster.
This is where it's repeating.
How much time you are going to complete?
In 3 years we will complete all these things.
3 years. You need 3 years. You need 3 years or 2 years? Your speed. Yeah, you have to complete 2 years. Nowadays, technologies, everything has come.
Yes. This campus is going to be definitely a landmark for Amaravati capital.
Yeah. It must be.
So these are iconic buildings of Amaravati.
As of now, buildings will come now.
Yes.
You are going to see. Namaskaram. 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 బాగున్నారా?
బాగున్నాను సార్.
ఎలక్షన్ ఎప్పుడు వచ్చారు?
బిల్లో ఉన్నారు అందరూ బిట్స్ ఇక్కడ వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ కలిసేవాడిని, కలిసినప్పుడల్లా మీకు చెప్పేవాడిని, మీరు పెట్టిన సీడ్ ఎంతవరకు వచ్చింది చెప్పి ప్రతిసారి రిపోర్ట్ చేస్తాను.
థ్యాంక్ యూ. నమస్కారం అండి.
డీన్స్ అండ్ డైరెక్టర్స్
కమ్ సార్, నో ప్రాబ్లం. యా కొంచెం ఏసీ తగ్గించమనండి. పెంచారు కొంచెం పెంచమనండి టెంపరేచర్.
I am very much pleased to present a brief progress of SRM TAP, which was inaugurated by the Honorable Chief Minister Chandrababu garu in July 2017. So that day, 11 November 2016, foundation stone was laid, and we have kindly inaugurated the university in July 2017. With your kind support and blessings, our management has developed this as a multidisciplinary and research intensive university. That day and this day, in 7 years, 23 lakhs of square feet of construction, 7 lakhs is in progress. Just now, the Honorable Chief Minister laid foundation stones for 17 lakhs.
Total how many lakh square feet?
Sir, in this campus,
After complete 70.
Sir, in this campus of 100 acres, we will have 70 lakh square feet.
70?
70 lakh square feet.
70.
70.
Land area is covered 76 acres. Only covered.
Sir, this is aerial view of the project. Sir, AI in healthcare, defense, energy, we are planning, sir. Then hospital block. Medical and health sciences, hospital block, Student Center.
Quantum computing, we want to go now with scale and also blockchain and also data center and also analytics, everything. We want to build IoTs, how to integrate IoTs. Not everything historical data, artificial intelligence, IoT, quantum. That is the picture we are working now. Quantum computing, how far, no, what I'm saying you are doing, not even breakthrough with hardware. That is where we are working. IBM, TCS, L&T, Government of India, NGM, and state government, and IIT Madras, IIT Tirupati. Even we can include you in that partnership. Yeah, what I'm saying, we need more and more designers. We need more and more hardware, how to design all these things. But also we need more and more people to do algorithms. That is where we are working in a big way. Amaravati will be headquarters for that. In 1995, we have done IT. At that time, national technology IT, right to control. Today, quantum computing is nascent. Now we have to take another 4-5 years break. Even Japan has done, and also America has done. We did breakthrough. Government of India is there for the growth mission quantum computing.
National Quantum Mission.
Mission is there. Yesterday the director has come, secretary has come, both are involved. Now we want to take next step. By involving now, they have functioned near 13 task force. 4 universities they have selected.
I take CM. When they should be like that, right?
No, I am always another 20 years, 15 years, what is going to happen? But where I am telling you. Yeah, yesterday we had a very good session. We constituted a task force now. Equally we will contribute all 5 units.
Sir, in the next 100 acres, we propose to build a institute to cater to healthcare, energy, and defense. In line with the
skill. You are missing one thing. IoT is also here.
Yeah, correct. IoT.
IoT is not. Future is Internet of Things, either drone, CCTV camera, or IoT, or wearable, or satellite. Now every state is going to have their own satellite. Only local satellite.
So then we would like to work government affairs for a satellite.
No, this is where I am saying you have to integrate the IoT and
Sure.
build the data AI on the basis of that. Go for quantum computing in that direction. That is the ultimate.
Hospital blocks, medical and health sciences, student center, faculty housing, school building, hostel blocks. Sir, here, in the next 100 acres, we propose to provide
So your main campus, how many students?
Group, you have more than a lakh.
But there are 60,000 campus, single campus. You are having a rural agriculture also there. Your land is available. Going to the next one.
Sir, we wish to provide 100% residential accommodation for students and faculty as is being done in IITs, IIS, IISc and IIMs. we target to reach steady student strength of 21,000 by 28-29. And floor area ratio for institutions is 0.7 in general. However, we have already planned to reach up to 1.6. Thus, with all this, we request the Honorable Chief Minister to kindly consider to allocate another 100 acres of land to accommodate AI Institute, taking your ideas of IoT, quantum computing, skilling academy in line with skilling census that's being done by Government of Andhra Pradesh, faculty quarters in the next academic year. Just now, the Honorable Chief Minister has
Why
laid.
don't you do one more thing? Startup. Whatever one block is meant for startups. You can bring startup ecosystem, the culture. Anyway, we are going to have our own innovation hub. You startups center.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You are doing now one experiment. That is the industry research one. I am asking you similar way startups. Hub.
Yes.
You can make it. Your students, how many people are going to come in knowledge economy? Out of our side. Yes. Incubation, startup, culture. From here, those who wanted to go with the startup in this knowledge economy, they can start it, they can leave the campus to start the company.
Yeah, sir, the Honorable Chief Minister has laid the foundation stones for academic cluster block, 10 lakh square feet, and of course there is the aerial view. So this is the industrial research park.
That's going to give momentum. We are planning. We can put in our
Sir, as I told you, we are planning to set up industrial research park, unique university in the country. To have industrial research park, 4 lakh square feet, we are trying to bring 50 industries in the next 3 years. We already had discussion with Rolls-Royce, Bosch, as well as Reliance and Greenco for green hydrogen corporate lab. This is the Vedavati hostel.
No, here, as on today, you are able to do some research on green hydrogen?
Yes, sir.
I'm saying you are doing research.
Sir.
I'm asking you green hydrogen.
Yes.
What is the break?
Yeah. Sir, presently our faculty members have designed and developed electrolyzer to produce green hydrogen in the lab scale. We are going to scale it up in the next 6 months.
Why can't you have one school only for green
Correct.
hydrogen?
Sir, I am coming to that. Perfect, sir. You have suggested. Okay.
solar energy.
This is the Vedavati block.
Solar, wind, and then pumped energy, battery, and green energy, downstream industries, green hydrogen, green ammonia, not only one,
Yeah.
biofuel, everything.
Green ammonia. Sir, our university governing body consists of eminent scientists and academicians from India and abroad, including Nicholas Dix, who is the Chancellor of University of California, Berkeley, Pradeep Khosla, Chancellor of University of California, San Diego. Sir, he is the well-known expert in the world for AI. So, he is also with us. Yeah. And also Prasad Mohapatra, Professor Andrew Hamilton, President of the New York University, and several others. Sir, our University Research Board is chaired by Dr. Saraswat, Honorable Member Nitya, and quite a few others. Once in a year, they meet and give directions for us to carry out research in frontline and emerging areas. Sir, we organized several international conferences. One conference was held in July 2018, for which Honorable Minister Nara Lokesh was the chief guest. And sir, SRM Amaraja Center Energy for Energy Storage Devices, established in collaboration with Amaraja Batteries. As you know, the leading battery manufacturer in the country, they are working with us. For development of cost-effective batteries, and also fast charging of lithium batteries. So we have started School of Engineering and Sciences, Pari School of Business, Israel School of Liberal Arts. We want to have this as a holistic university. We offer programs BTech, MTech, BBA, MBA, BA, BSc, BCom, MSc, PhD and postdoc.
No, as on today, you are not doing a hybrid model offline, online degrees.
Online we are doing in which colleges?
Why can't you do it online, offline, hybrid model to further boost knowledge as a country?
We have all the infrastructure for that. We have just completed our 7 years, so we are now applying for accreditation in 20, which will allow us to do all kinds of degrees in all modes.
Online, hybrid, both. If you can do that,
yes.
Here I wanted to request you one more thing.
Sir.
Future is green energy, downstream industries. Number 2, natural farming impacts on health. That is where we are leading now. Natural farming, how it is going to impact. Already my aim is by 29, 50 lakh acres is huge jump. Board, this will be the best part. Now we are going for certification on traceability. Certification on traceability, so that reliability is anywhere in the world. That is it. Ultimately, I wanted to, you also help me. I want design, temperature, because of all these things, 50% green cover by 2004. Either horticulture or forest cover 50%. That is another thing. By having 50% green energy, natural farming, I want to measure the temperature.
Yes.
Tremendous reduction on temperature, global warming, and also I want to go air quality. How to do? Amaravati will be the best city for that matter. I want to do. Under air quality, temperature, soil moisture, real time, and also water levels, real time, reservoir water levels, wind direction to control pests.
We also launched satellite.
That's what it is.
2011, it's still working. That is the carbon dioxide on the
CO2 minus trace gases.
No, how we are doing, I want to develop one satellite for Andhra Pradesh alone.
Okay, sir.
For measuring all this.
Sir, SRM volunteers to develop the satellite for Andhra Pradesh. I'm sure our management.
Yeah, I will create competition for you all.
Sir, that day also. Sir, that day also.
Satellite at that time.
You are having more flexibility. You have to work in that direction. Now we have to come.
Sir, that day also I told you, sir, today SRM is #1 university in this state, and we assure you, we commit to be #1.
No, what I am saying, you have to complete all this.
Yes, sir. Yes.
There will be a lot of competition.
Sir, that makes us more competitive. Sure, sir.
Actually, that thankful for your MOC to convert the state into green. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
There, pharma also, you have to go one school for pharma also.
Pharma.
Medical college.
Medical college and allied sciences.
Yeah, integrate with IT and pharmaceuticals, formulation.
Yes, sir. Sir, we are able to attract students from 31 states and union territories, and also from 24 countries. Sir, this is again unique university having IMD Center for Weather Forecast. From this center, weather forecast for the entire state of Andhra Pradesh is being given every day. No other university is having, sir.
What are the features you are doing now?
Temperature, soil moisture, pressure, humidity, rainfall, solar radiation. So using solar radiation, what we want to do is agrivoltaic. Now, above solar panels will be there. Underneath, we want to have a plantation.
That is
agrivoltaic.
No, what I'm saying, that is where you have to work it out how much cost it is.
Correct.
That is one we are also working. Cost this one. In throughout the state, you are able to predict all these parameters now.
Yes.
Real time.
Real time. I'll ask Stella Mary to meet you after the meeting. Yeah. Where we
Even wind direction.
Wind direction, wind velocity, temperature.
Another thing, you are able to measure now soil
Moisture.
quality, health of soil. You are able to do that type of oil.
That will.
Yeah, that's
The moment it is not there, agriculture will be doing that.
How to do that? But what I'm saying is that today I'm having a very bit of soil. Soil testing. We are doing. There is an advantage now. I don't know whether meteorological observatory how you are going to do or satellite. Now people are working real time soil, health of the soil, they will measure.
Health of soil.
Now real time. So that I need not test every bit of piece of land. That is going to help in a big way. So that I can enrich suitable to the crop. What is the deficiencies I have to correct? Real time.
What kind of manure you have to use for this? Manure and dust.
Yeah, manure. Health. I wanted to go now, you are all talking, this is where I am thinking. Body needs nutritious food.
Yes.
Food as a medicine, kitchen as a pharmacy. Field is ingredients provider.
Captain for the day.
This is where I am working. Every person will have clinical test, blood test once in 3 months, if necessary, or once in a year. Basing on requirements, you will have nutritious foods. Balancing carbohydrates, protein, fat, vitamins, everything. That is the future. That is where I am asking you. Soil also needs same.
Health of soil. Yeah.
Health of the soil is important. If you enrich correctly, then it will have impact.
Sir, we have established SRM University as a research intensive university, established all necessary research facilities. Sir, our faculty and students have published more than 3,000 publications in highly reputed journals and also about 500 patents. Sir, one of our students, Dipti Jivanji, she got Arjun Award. Sir, this is a landmark collaboration agreement between SRM AP and School of Computer Science of the world's prestigious Carnegie Mellon University for establishing AI research lab here covering healthcare, energy, defense and IoT.
All disciplines they are coming Carnegie?
All including the AI. Wherever AI is
no, but all they are having certification also I got to go.
Internships.
That's good.
Sir, we have higher education partnerships with several international universities.
Association now?
Yes, sir.
How many universities? Active participation?
Yes.
100.
75.
Premier, how many you are having? That means top 25.
Carnegie Mellon is now there is
Top 25.
the other one which is on the annual list, MIT defense. increasing diseases is for the order permission pending between SRM University and the JIT.
I wanted to go now top 10 universities in the world, top 10 institutions in India, academic, and also top 10 companies in the world, Microsoft, even Google, IBM, almost all. Ultimately, I want to create the best future with emerging technologies. That is where I am asking.
Sir, for good and committed students, now SRM AP is the preferred destination and all of them get placed, the highest salary being 55 lakhs per annum and the average salary is 9.2 lakhs. Sir, we have established several centers of excellence, therefore CAST, SRM Amarraja, and in association Tanishq Jewelers, we have set up a center for pioneer international gold and silver. In fact, the Honorable Minister Nara Lokesh wanted our involvement in establishing gold cluster at Mangalagiri. And a few centers were establishing. Okay. Sir, coming to your favorite subject, sir, green hydrogen. As you know, the Honorable Prime Minister has unveiled National Hydrogen Mission to make India emerge as a global hub for green hydrogen, and the target is to produce 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen per annum. In line with NHM, Government of Andhra Pradesh.
Keep in mind in that 160
Yes, sir.
gigawatts are producing on the place, one
Yes.
value is from
Correct, sir.
green hydrogen,
Yeah.
green all these.
Yeah, in line with that, Government of AP has put up a target to produce 1.6 million metric tons of green hydrogen per annum. Aligning with the objectives of National Hydrogen Mission and integrated clean energy policy of the Government of Andhra Pradesh, we are setting up a center for green hydrogen generation, storage and applications in association with Reliance and Greenco. Sir, we will be having a green hydrogen summit sometime in June 2025. Dr. Saraswat is chairing and guiding us in organizing the summit. We request the Honorable Chief Minister to inaugurate that summit. Sir, also, we are establishing a few centers in emerging areas such as Center for Quantum Technologies, Center for Interplanetary Exploration in association with ISRO, Center for Semiconductor Technology and Design, Center for AI and ML. SRM Medical College Hospital, it will have a 1,000-bedded hospital to provide affordable health care to the community in and around Amravati and the region. Also, the institute will focus on development of medical devices in association with AMDs and which you have established in Visakhapatnam. Sir, SRM Research Industrial Research Park, unique in the country in a university. We have already initiated discussion with Rolls-Royce, Bosch, they have agreed to come here, and as I said, green hydrogen in association with Reliance and Greenco. Sir, we will bring 50 such industrial research laboratories in the next 5 years. Sir, with your kind support, SRM University will be the first university in the country to have industrial research park. Sir, this will be a crown, jewel in the crown of Andhra Pradesh, sir. We solicit your kind support. Sir, the government of Andhra is carrying out skilling census. Aligning with that, we are establishing SRM Skilling Academy. We commit to skill about 600,000 members every year who could become employable in different industries. Okay, land we have discussed.
No,
Sir,
make it a skill 10,000.
10,000.
a year, 10,000 10,000 minimum.
10,000 a year. Okay.
Then let us say you have to associate with them. Actually, fund is available, you can get it. And also, what is the size you can do it? 6,000 or 10,000 minimum. If it is possible, more than that.
Sir, first year we will plan for 10,000. Based on the experiences, next year perhaps 15,000.
Your institute is going to work regional centers also if necessary, attached to Amravati. Then it will have tremendous impact. Skill development is a continuous process. I wanted to engage everybody in skill development.
We'll be grateful to you.
No, I want to have medical. Amravati will be medical.
Sir, a few requests we have to the Honorable Chief Minister. Land we already discussed LXT. We want additional 5 MEA. Sir, currently we are getting 300 KLD of water from CRDA. We need 3,000 KLD. And also, sir, development of roads. Yeah, rerouting of Pandavi. Sir. Oh, sir. Sir, thank you very much. We are grateful to the Honorable Chief Minister. This side.
వెనక్కి చూసుకొని ఓకే
अच्छा सर पता వెళ్ళొచ్చా మనం అక్కడికి
ఎవడన్నా అక్కడ
సార్ మో అక్కడికి వెళ్ళిపోవచ్చా
గ్రౌండ్
కాదా సార్
have now arrived at the most awaited part of the day, a moment of great honor and privilege. With immense respect and reverence that we welcome our visionary leader, a pioneer in governance and the driving force behind innovation and development, the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Can we continue? Voice. Yeah, we should just announce. Dear audience, kindly maintain calm. is with immense respect and reverence that we welcome our visionary leader, a pioneer in governance and a driving force behind innovation and development, the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. His dynamic leadership has transformed Andhra Pradesh into a hub of progress with remarkable strides in technology, education, infrastructure, and sustainable growth. His vision continues to inspire countless individuals and shape the future of our state. We now request Shri Piyush Kumar, Principal Secretary to the Government of Andhra Pradesh, Department of Planning, and Dr. Irudaya Rajan, Founder, International Institute for Migration and Development, Dr. Niranjan Sagruti, Country Director, Population Council, Dr. Padma Paturi, Head of the Department of Gynecology and Obstetrics, Andhra Hospitals, Vijayawada, to kindly join our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, onto the dais. May we now invite Shri Piyush Kumar, Principal Secretary to the Government of Andhra Pradesh, Planning and Finance Department, for briefing our Honorable Chief Minister about the deliberations of today's discussion. Over to you, sir.
A very warm welcome to all the participants, all the dignitaries on the dais. If we can settle down, we'll start the program. To begin with, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Nara Chandrababu Naidu Gariki, Chancellor SRM Ministry Gariki, dignitaries on the dais, distinguished experts, policymakers, academicians, and all the enthusiastic participants of the SRM Ministry. Sir, it is indeed a very pleasant and very happy occasion for me to extend a warm welcome to the dignitaries on the dais, all the experts and academicians who have been participating in the conference since the morning. A very heartfelt welcome to Honorable Chief Minister, a truly visionary leader of Andhra Pradesh, who has been the inspiration behind this conference. For last 3 months, he has been asking about taking various views, giving the directions to the planning department, to the health department on this very important topic on the population management, which is very close to his heart. In our Chief Minister, we have a very visionary leader. Few have the vision, the clarity to see the future, and still few have the acumen to show the path to achieve that future. This is something we have witnessed in our early careers also in the combined Andhra Pradesh. Vision 2021, Honorable CM had given the call. At that time, sir, I recall, as a student, the 5th generation computers, we knew basic and forgotten very minimal things about it. But it was the vision of the Honorable Chief Minister at that time that he said that entire government functioning has to come on the e-office. And the result was that in Andhra Pradesh, we achieved e-office at least a decade before than the other states and in the country, in the whole country. While the other country, in the entire central level, e-office came in 2012. In Andhra, we were already doing it in 2002. Similar is the case with many other fields in the combined Andhra Pradesh, whether it is telecom policy, whether it is the PPP policy for road development, for the Shamshabad airport development, or the education policy. The generations who could take on to IT and who are leading the diaspora in the US is a witness to that acumen and that foresight. With that foresight, the government of Andhra Pradesh had embarked upon a population management policy in the 90s, which we saw the results very quickly. It is striking to note, that in a period of 2 to 3 decades, 20 to 30 years, the fertility rate was achieved, which is better than many of the Western countries. So we have at 1.5% fertility rate today. It was an overaction at that point of time. But the 21st century calls for a very different action points on the demographic profile. Honorable Chief Minister, in this session, when he started, like Vision 2020, he has given us Vision 2047, which is aligned with the Government of India, Viksit Bharat. Padi Sutralu ani cheppi, what should be the direction that for a healthy, wealthy and happy Andhra society and Telugus, what is the pathway the Honorable Chief CM has shown us. But to achieve that, it is very important that population management policy, we strike the correct note and there's a correction that is required. Sir, with your inspiration, today we had a complete full day workshop on this topic. There were 2 knowledge sessions followed by 2 panel discussions, sir. Experts from various walks of life have dealt with the concept in a holistic manner, where it is social aspect, the economic aspect, the political aspect, the other nuances and cultural aspect, also the health, the current environmental issues which are impacting the population demographic also was discussed. The global practices in some countries and what has been the impact was also discussed. Some of the striking points which have come out of the deliberations today are listed here out. AP has been experiencing a fertility rate which is much less than the many European countries. High rates of C-sections, hysterectomy and female sterilization is one of the key concerns that faces us today. In fact, last session there was a very active and live discussion on the topic, where it was said that why should sterilization be so high and what are the policy changes that are required to address the issues. Similarly, in various sessions, the various social aspects, the economic aspects, and also the impact on the labor workforce participation, the demographic aspects of the concept were discussed. So this deliberation, as inspired by you, was to take the key points. We are making a working paper has been prepared today, and basis today's discussion, we will be preparing a draft paper which will be put to the public domain for further discussion and consultation with the public in the month of April. And with that, we hope to come up with a very robust population policy, management policy, which will address some of the corrective measures that are required given the challenges that we are going to face in the coming years on this count, sir. With that, I thank the audience and all the participants who have made a successful contribution to the deliberations today. And I will request for a very short brief for each session by the various session panel leaders. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. As we move forward, it is essential to reflect on the key insights and discussions from our sessions and panel discussions today. To provide us with a brief summary of the deliberations, we now request our esteemed session and panel moderators to share their key takeaways and reflections to the Honorable Chief Minister. We first request Dr. S. Irudayarajan, founder, International Institute for Migration and Development and moderator for the first session on Shift in Demographic Trends, Understanding Causes and Impacts, Andhra Pradesh and India, to kindly share a brief summary of the discussions and key insights from the session to the Honorable Chief Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. When I came here from Kerala, I felt that you are thinking ahead of other states by at least by 10 years. At least by 10 years you are ahead of that. And when I left Kerala, somebody asked me, what is this conference about population management? Why Andhra is doing? I think all states in the country will take a lead in organizing a population management conference, because demography is going to change the future of every state. I think you have taken a lead. I think all other states will follow it up. I am going to speak to you here basically on the session which we organized on demographic trends, causes, impact, and challenges, which was collaborated by us, by myself and Poonam Mukherjee from Population Foundation of India, Dr. Santosh Malhotra from the Jawaharlal Nehru University. I'm going to give you some 10 points for us to think more on this, particularly on demography. After the new state came in 2004, you were the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. And still after that, we have no database to understand the real demography of Andhra Pradesh. We had no census. We had SRS up to 2020, NFHS in 2021, and we are using the projection which was made in 2019 for all the discussion we had. We have no real-time data on demography. No real-time data on demography of Andhra Pradesh. I think you have to start thinking about a real-time data. For example, the TFR, as per the recent survey, estimate as 1.5. But I believe that it will be close to 1.9 or even 2. So the TFR, what you have is currently an underestimated number. So this is something we have to relook at it. The second point which we would like to make here is that the IMR, as per the latest data, what we have for Andhra Pradesh is 24, compared to 6 in Kerala, 3 in Singapore. And that means Andhra Pradesh can design policies. It's like a pro-natalist policy to reduce the IMR so that we can save children who are born in Andhra Pradesh. They live beyond the, what is called the child and mortality, so that we can have some more children in our state. The third point, which is very, very important, is that infertility or the childlessness in all the states are increasing. It's also particular in Andhra Pradesh. Close to 10 to 15% couples in Andhra Pradesh have difficulty in having children. The state, especially the family planning department, should intervene and help them to have the ideal number of children they want to have. By this way, your TFR can be increased. TFR can be increased. I think we should help the couples to have children. This is a new strategy for the family planning program. I think you should start from Andhra Pradesh. And the fourth one is very, very important. Today, 70% of the Andhra Pradesh married women are sterilized. Even we want to increase fertility, we are talking to only 30% women. I think time has come for us to talk about spacing methods so that couples want to reverse, they want to think of another child. They are already sterilized at the age of 23, 25, so we are not able to have some more children. I think we should talk about spacing methods. We should invest on the family planning program, especially on the spacing method. The fourth one, which is another point which is important, is that we are worried that the fertility decline in Andhra Pradesh will lead to what is called the labor crisis. I don't think we should worry too much on that. Your aim of transferring what is called the trillion economy, 2.4 trillion economy by 2047, I think it can be achieved through what we call them the India's demographic dividend. So India has a demographic dividend so that you can expect people from north to south to come in, like they are helping in Chennai, they are helping in Kerala, they will come in. I think you have to design user-friendly or what we call the migration-friendly policies in your state so that you attract people, give them proper labor right, give them proper wages so that your dream of achieving the economic growth by double digit can be achieved. The fifth one, we have no idea. The last few hours we are talking about fertility and mortality. Please remember, all of us we should remember, migration is also one of the component of population change. And we have no data on the story of internal and international migration from Andhra Pradesh. We have no story on that. And population management policy is not just fertility and mortality. We have to look at both internal and international migration. The sixth one, The first demographic dividend in Kerala, in Andhra Pradesh is almost getting over. But you have coming up with two important demographic dividend which is going to come for Andhra Pradesh. And you can tell the whole world, you can tell all the states in the country that look how we have achieved what I call them the second demographic dividend. We call them silver demographic dividend. People who are above 60, you can utilize the silver demographic dividend. You can make the elderly both engaging and empowering, and you can use them for your economic growth. Part 2 story of Andhra Pradesh. Demographic dividend to silver demographic dividend. I think that will have a long way to other states to teach them how they can utilize the silver demographic dividend. In addition to that, you also have a gender demographic dividend. You have a lot of women are not employed. If you can provide them gainful employment and opportunities, another dividend you can utilize and make the state to grow to double-digit growth. The next point, which is the 8th point, which is close to your heart, AP has a huge diaspora globally, not just in the United States. Globally, you have huge diaspora. You have to enhance them formally to development of Andhra Pradesh. I think that throughout the country, we are not able to utilize the diaspora for development. Diaspora comes when there is a crisis, like Kerala had floods. Diaspora put money, but diaspora can be constantly engaged for the development of Andhra Pradesh in all aspects. I saw the SUST program, you are talking about 4. I think this is something you can bring it up, it will be having a long-lasting impact on the Andhra society. And also, we have to talk about bringing back the skilled migrants. Students go from Andhra Pradesh, but they are never returned, they stay in US. I think you should have, like China, think of a innovative return migrant policy to bring back what we call them brain gain. Bring them back. Remember the importance of Mahatma Gandhi in the India's development as a return migrant. If you can bring some return migrants who are big people in other countries, they will be your future leaders for the society. The last one, due to the decline in population, not just in your state, all the states in South India, we are affected by the financial transfer in the Finance Commission. I was sitting with the Finance Commission members. In Kerala, we are getting less money because we have less population. I think this is affected in all the states, including Andhra Pradesh. And we will also be affected by the delimitation exercise, which will be coming in very soon. But we need to discuss it separately because that is not the population management policy. That is a separate discussion we should have on the delimitation impact on Andhra Pradesh and beyond other states. Because that is, we have managed well population. Now this is the impact. We should look at it separately. And finally, to conclude, I would like you should invest, again I say you should invest on assessing the current demographic scenario. What you have right now is some type of bits and pieces on fertility and mortality and initiating a large-scale migration survey in Andhra Pradesh with the collaboration of the SRM University. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May we now request Dr. Niranjan Sagruti, Country Director, Population Council, to share a gist of the second session on global initiatives for population management to the Honorable Chief Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Chandrababu Naidu Garu, sir, and to the esteemed dignitaries on the dais, my friends, my demographic friends, and also the large volume of the youth that I see, because that's where first of all, let me start by saying that Nenu Kuda Telugu biddane, sir. So, and I did all my post-graduation up to in Nagarjuna University, right in this city. So I'm so proud to be here, sir, to brief you on what happened in session 2, where we discussed about the global initiatives. There are 3 points that we discussed, sir. One, about the difference between how many children women want in Andhra Pradesh state and the actual family size, meaning how many children are they having. So what all the surveys are indicating, sir, is that the woman in Andhra Pradesh wants 2.1 children. So the gap that currently exists between the 2.1 versus 1.5 or 1.7, whatever my previous speaker spoke about on the number difference, has to do with how and what way the reproductive birth experiences that we are providing to women. The one incident that we took when we were comparing it with the global initiatives and how other countries have dealt with the low fertility, we did take the Andhra Pradesh context in mind for that comparison. And what is happening here, sir, that in Andhra Pradesh, the first birth, the Andhra Pradesh, for that matter, is very proud to have high institutional deliveries. That is more than 95%. Unfortunately or fortunately, about over 60% of the deliveries are happening in private sector. And unfortunately, 70% of those first-time deliveries are ending up in cesarean section. And the moment the women have the cesarean section, that's when the negative birth experience starts. And that's something that we need to do besides actually in order for the woman to actually realize the intended family size, sir. One more point, sir, which is connected to this, which my previous speaker actually spoke about, is the sterilization, that is 70%. The first birth, cesarean. Second birth, again cesarean. And during that period, the tripectomy is being offered, and then going into the hysterectomy. There are total 4 surgeries that the women are experiencing in her reproductive life. And that's something that has to change, sir, in order for providing that. And a lot of countries, when we looked at the evidence, what exists in terms of the evidence, the countries have adapted the midwifery-led care to give the comfort for the woman to have safe delivery and a positive delivery experience, which actually will promote and fill that gap that exists between 2.1 children that I want versus how many children that I'm ended up having. That was the first point that we discussed, sir. The second point actually we discussed was about the population, the youth population in Andhra, and which is connected to their workforce participation. The youth in Andhra are actually, their aspirations are related to looking for having that work and that economic security, and that job and the economic security, because that is what is changing, that's what is changing the aspirations of the youth. And that youth, to have that economic security, we need to create, and sir, the policy has to provide ample scope and opportunity for the youth to have that confidence in the state, to have that job experiences. And that's when you can actually control the brain drain that is going out from Andhra to outside state or outside countries. Today we are very proud to have so many CEOs in whether it is in India or outside India companies who are from Telugu origin. But what we need to do is, how the policy can actually cover this element in order to retain the youth that exists, that 15 lakh youth population in the 15 to 19 year age group, their skilling and their education that's being given so that they continue to have and serve for Andhra. That's going to be the second point that we discussed. The third point that we discussed was more about how there are other multitude of reasons for fertility decline, because it's not a straightforward 1 or 2 reasons. There are multitude of reasons for fertility decline that exist in case of Andhra Pradesh, and how the countries, and my demographic friends and myself also have this argument that whether do we see half glass empty or half glass full. I'm a bit optimistic, sir. The kind of vision that you have for the state, I'm so fan of yours. So the kind of the optimism that we see is what I would see. And the countries that we always take the example of Japan, South Korea as an example, but they're not the best examples, because the examples that we need to take is where did it work and how did it work. In the countries like France, Vietnam had same policy, two-child family policy as the India, as the Andhra Pradesh, as the family planning program, more aggressive family planning program, actually has used a very specific strategy for reversing stabilizing and reversing the fertility. It's not about not having an increase is not a success, but even stabilizing the fertility is a great success that I would actually see from the evidence, sir. So what Vietnam has done was that besides having childcare support and providing the specific benefits to the couples and for having more number of children, it actually also has encouraged the cultural value of having and being together in part of a larger family that will actually help the country not to reduce the fertility anymore. And sir, Vietnam is one successful country which has consistently maintained its fertility for the past 20 years, even increased the fertility. So is the France. Is a country which actually has, and there are beautiful examples, and the one thing that we also discussed was about the male engagement and gender equality, which I think you need to really talk about and be our youth leader to talk about the male involvement. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. We finally request Dr. Padma Paturi, Head of the Department of Gynecology and Obstetrics, Andhra Hospitals, Vijayawada, to share the highlights of the discussions on socio-economic impact vis-a-vis population management to the Honorable Chief Minister.
Honorable CM Sir, it's my privilege to be able to speak a few words regarding maternal health in this conference. And with regards to healthcare in Andhra Pradesh, it is quite evident that healthcare infrastructure is in place, but real challenge is in execution and delivering the quality of care. AP stands as 4th best for low maternal mortality, well below the nation's average. This we have achieved by our very high institutional deliveries, which is 97% of our deliveries happen in institutions, which is far higher than nation's average. And early pregnancy registration at primary health centers and Anganwadi centers, and in the registration in the first 12 weeks of pregnancy, over 85% of our women are registering. This means that they will have a very early assessment of the pregnancy, which is like to determine which is the high-risk pregnancy and how many antenatal visits they should have and what antenatal care they should receive and which cases have to be referred, etc. And also we have a very good maternity benefit system, and our ambulance services, the maternal emergency care services have been very good, and the use of technology, to say the least. Still there is scope for improvising this, and a detailed discussion is beyond this the timeline. So the 3 important areas I would say is to improve maternal nutrition. Maternal nutrition in the sense of not just providing iron tablets and folic acid tablets, it's to give them a diet chart, it's to get our dietitians or senior professionals to go and speak to the pregnant women in the community and to screen for anemia, and half of our pregnant women are anemic. With the maternal mortality of so low, we are not doing that great with maternal anemia, and anemia in pregnancy is a very, very easy area to, and it's not expensive at all. It's just the consistency of our ANMs, midwives, Anganwadi workers and ASHA workers to be giving away these iron tablets, and also checking on the compliance. Compliance is less than 50%, I note. We don't have the numbers for this, we don't have the data for this, but when we have unbooked cases present to us with hemoglobin of 4 grams in labor, bleeding, then those are all unbooked cases, and they have been given iron tablets, but they have not taken them. So, and the next thing is training our ASHA workers, ANMs and midwives, regular training and retraining them. And if I may talk about my 2 decades of experience in UK, even when we were senior consultants, it was mandatory for us to go to the community, to the primary care, and train the midwifery care, the staff, and also midwives there. So it's just making sure that they have got enough information and knowledge, and checking the data and then auditing the data and making sure that at the grassroots level it's really the policies are working and they're happening. As I said before, infrastructure is great, it's there, it's just the execution. And going straight into the low fertility rate, my previous speakers have already briefed about that, but I would like to address the need regarding the infertility. Incidence of infertility in the books, in the papers, although it says 4%, 8%, 12%, but in practice, in Vijayawada and around, we are seeing like at least 20% of women are presenting with some fertility issues, and Andhra Pradesh is on high in the charts for this. And then the need to reduce the cesarean section rate, again the repetition of the topic. Cesarean section, we have to audit, and we have government is already doing that. It's along with the maternal deaths, we have to audit the raised cesarean section rate. Private sector, public, government hospitals, both of them should be, the obstetricians should be made accountable for every cesarean section they perform, because once a cesarean, always a cesarean was once said, and now, and we have moved away from that. Once a cesarean, we can try for a vaginal delivery, but then if I may say, mostly in some of the private sectors, there's repeated cesarean section, and a woman can safely have only 2 cesarean sections, except in the exceptional situations. So, and regarding the sterilization, I've never ever, unless in a very rare situation in UK, I've never done a tubectomy during cesarean. Here, I came to India 10 years ago, and every second cesarean, they would ask us about tubectomy. By the way, Chesayochka, Panay Potandaga, and I have been talking in a lot of IMA talks and everything, saying that no, do not tie those tubes at the time of cesarean section, because how do you know that the baby is well? How do you know that the baby will fare well in 2 years' time? Why can't you simply wait and just give them time? And what happens in a very unfortunate situation, if a mom, if the couple lose a child and they come to us, at least 1 or 2 cases in a week, they come to me to reverse the sterilization because they have lost a child, or the child is autistic, or has got some autoimmune disorder or some genetic disorders. So discourage tubectomy during cesarean sections, and we can collect this data and audit this data. We can ask the hospitals, along with our maternal death calls that we get, that we need to maintain a register, and also cesarean sections. if we can audit the number of sterilizations that are being done along with cesarean sections, then if not for a good reason, then those can be stopped. Also, cesarean hysterectomies. Cesarean hysterectomy might be a life-saving procedure, so one cannot comment on that without taking into consideration that particular case. Next, we have a healthy mother, then we have a healthy child, a healthy neonate, healthy infant, a healthy child, and a healthy society. We must promote breastfeeding, and then going straight into how do we encourage, having my psychology cap on, how do we encourage and convince our younger generation to plan pregnancy at an appropriate age, which is like in their 20s or early 30s, without delaying? And it is a very sensitive issue. We are dealing with very educated and well-informed women here, couples here, and they have the financial freedom, and they would think it's their personal choice. I deal with these young couples all the time, like my daughter's friends and all. They come to me, say they don't want the responsibility, but they put it in a very nice way. So, focus on sharing information to them. Do not preach. They concerns first, like personal freedom and financial joy of parenthood. Give examples. Quote positive role models who have chosen parenthood without compromising the freedom. Address their concerns like overpopulation. Give them statistics, and say to them, this will work really well. Say to them, there are increased risk of complications in pregnancy if they get pregnant at 35. They come to me asking for, ma'am, can we freeze our eggs? We can have a baby at 45. So the answer is, we have to tell them, the medical professionals, us, and also as a society, the later you're pregnant, advanced age pregnancy will have may have higher genetic abnormalities. At the age of, I hope I'm not taking too much time, at the age of 20, the risk of chromosomal problems is 1 in 2000. At 30, it is 1 in 1000. At 40, it is 1 in 100. Drastically increased chromosomal abnormality rate, higher miscarriage rate, higher stillbirth rate, higher preterm babies, low birth weight babies, and increased risk of hypertension and diabetes complicating pregnancy, and increased cesarean section rate. The last point, if it's not inappropriate, I would like to bring in my experience in Europe. What it is, we are certainly not lagging behind in advanced medical treatments or surgeries, but there is a gap at community level delivering the quality of care. We do have enough manpower. We have more midwives and A&Ms than in UK. Like I would say, at least 3 times more manpower. It's the execution at the grassroots level and training the medical personnel, retraining them, auditing their work, and looking at the data. This is the way forward, I would think, and getting the specialists to brief the medical birth attendants at the community level, and private doctors, and not just the government doctors. We are all happy to help. Our Honorable CM Sir had Vision 2020 that has been most successful, and now he has launched Vision 2047 stating people as an asset. People as an asset. Sir, we will all want to be part of your vision, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We now invite our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. T.R. Parivendra sir, to address the gathering.
Honorable high-tech
CM of Andhra Pradesh, dignitaries on the dais, invitees, participants, and dear students. Today, our CM or your CM was invited to lay foundation of new buildings in this campus. He readily agreed. He did his job. Along with him, I also joined. I thought I am going to be seated in the front row. Somehow you asked me to go along with you, sit on the dais. I asked him, should I speak? Yes. Having come to dais, you have to speak. See here, incidentally, today's topic of your conference is very simple. Any common man can talk on this subject. Population dynamics and development. I am partially a politician. I cannot approach it in the sense of doctor's vision. But my feeling is there is always a dynamics, particularly when there is more population in a state or a country. People on the responsibilities say territory control. And there is a reduction in population. No, our share of MP will not be there. So you are go on producing children. This is the contrast. In fact, your CM just I am astonishing for this, not that need to praise on him. As a scholar going to submit a thesis tomorrow, he is taking notes each and every line. That I ever seen, not that I never seen a CM taking note of so seriously about the speakers' points. I am really astonished. However, so serious as a CM and is so serious as development of this Andhra Pradesh. Sir, I told him, sir, I requested him, sir, what is the budget of your state? He never thought I would ask this question. So our budget is 3 lakhs crores. What's our loan? 10 lakh crore. What a great burden, how he is managed. He said, I am going to manage it somehow, because there's a gap in between, nearly 5 years. Otherwise, by this time you would have seen a wonderful capital, Amravati, which is as comparable as any foreign countries in the world. Now, regarding the population, why the population is getting reduced? Nowadays, women are so serious of their fitness. Once they married, they do not want to lose their personality. They are postponing the confinement. That's one part. And another, economic reasons. Economic reasons, because nowadays, what is my salary, my husband's salary? How many children I should have? Or I have to control it? That is the planning. So population control. At the same time, we as a politician should not lose our strength in a state. We say, you carry on, have more children. This is what dynamics. Dynamics is not steady. Dynamics is what movement. So not steady, so once reduced, they are worried. More children, again worried.
because they are able to provide the facilities, housing, medicine, education, all this possible. Somehow we have to balance it. See, our India has got 140 crore population. Just because we have got more population doesn't mean we have to suffer or starve. Every born of this country, they are born with 2 hands. Or not everybody a limb. They are born with 2 hands. So anybody can work, for which the government will always give a support and give directions to see that they are employed. Therefore, the population reduction is because one is birth control, other is not affordability. These are 2 reasons. But instead of giving children birth, once they are born, see that they are comfortably, healthily brought up. That's very important. It's a bad thing losing, because that's an investment on every child when they are born. By way of food, milk, and the family support, either by themselves or by the government, they have to support the family. Having supported the family and having children born in a family, we cannot afford to lose them. For that, they have to give proper, healthy support in the sense of health insurance, or hospitals maintained well, or having one, no child is going to die at the child level. So these are certain things. The dynamics is always there in the population. Some states are very serious about to maintain it, then balancing it. But as I said, having given birth to children in a state, they should be comfortable and happy. It is the duty of the state and country to see that once they are born in this country in a state, they should not die in the early age. And another thing probably you may not like to hear, but somehow I mutter it, regarding the liquor. I am talking about the experience of my state. Liquor. It is like a water lake. Almost all, about 70% of the population of the state, 18 to 60, they started having liquor, by which they lose their strength. They cannot have a comfortable family life, by which the family is also not able to taken care of by way of the support for the family, number one, because they don't have earning. Secondly, they are ill health. They are not eligible to see that their children are conceived in the family. That's another thing. And once they are born, I am telling particularly the present government, both state and the central government, our Honorable Prime Minister, is confident and believing upon the youth, that youths are very, very important. They are the future of the country. We can't afford to lose them in between. Having born, they have to live here at least 60 or up to 70, 80. When he says that when Honorable Chief Minister asked me, what is your age? I said 85. He has complimented me. Probably I told him the answer, proper answer. I think the correct answer also. Because I'm all the time mixing with the children, college students. So with whom you are mixing or working with, that also gives a longevity. And profession also is a reason for that. Therefore, my serious concern is giving birth is not at all a fault. Having born, see that they are not lose their life in the middle. And further, the bad habits of drugs that spoil the family, spoil the economy of the family, ultimately the consumment of the family, and nobody takes care of their wife. When there's no happiness in the family, where is the question of conceiving children? Therefore, it's a right topic in right time, and I am only invited incidentally, without expecting. Thank you very much, sir, for your invitation to speak some few words. And what is your idea of calling me? I don't know. You are also a politician. I am also a politician. I approach it in a political way. What the problem we face by population or less population, by which we are reducing the ratio of MPs, these are all our problem. So in that respect I approached. However, health is the wealth that can be really taken care of, for which partially the individual family is responsible, and at the same time the state and country is also responsible to see that, as I am told, nearly 20 crores of people going to bed in the night without food. That's one side is also there. This is because of course we are trying to, our present government, both central and state, they are trying to see that everybody is fed and that our citizens are good. Therefore, these are all the dynamism in population is always there. Of course, there are countries, foreign countries like, I come to know there is somebody from Andhra, I don't know. You have a third child, I will give 50,000 rupees. Bro, you have seen that paper yesterday? Is it Andhra, sir? No? Somebody, some MP has mentioned. So our state population is getting reduced. So whoever they have the third child, I am giving 50,000 rupees. So that is also to be taken care of. So I am happy that this kind of topic is being discussed in a very serious way. There are professionals here on the stage when how these babies are not able to be well because of uncared, because of insufficient nurses, and the sufficient doctors are not there. That is also we have to look into. So with this, I thank Honorable CM to give me an opportunity to speak a few words in this meeting. Thank you.
It is our immense honor and privilege that we have with us our Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, whose visionary leadership has played a pivotal role in shaping policies for sustainable development and societal well-being. We invite you to share your thoughts and address the gathering, sir.
ఇక్కడ ఉండే వాళ్ళల్లో ఎంతమంది తెలుగు వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు? చేతులు పైకెత్తండి. ఓకే. అదర్ దెన్ తెలుగు స్పీకింగ్ పీపుల్, కెన్ యూ రైజ్ యువర్ హ్యాండ్స్? ఉన్నారు. ఓకే. గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్, వండర్ఫుల్ ఈవినింగ్. By seeing all of you, I am getting new energy now. It is a very interesting subject I am placing before you.
I am always a visionary, that is the biggest problem. I am visualizing what is going to happen after 25-30 years' time. That is where I started information technology in 1995. Nobody knows about information technology. Nobody used to talk about information technology. Today I am proud to say Hyderabad is the proof of concept. Telugu community is the proof of concept. You go to anywhere in the world, there will be Telugu community and Indian community. No need to ask. Very posh locality, if you go and loudly shout about in Telugu, people will come and gather. As on today, all over the world, any country for that matter, highest per capita income is Indians. Among Indians, 30% are from Telugu community. 30-35%. That is the confidence you are all having on me. Proof of concept. SRM University has come. Wit has come. Sometimes, always I used to say Hyderabad. 9 years I was CM in Hyderabad. That's why I was able to create ecosystem. After that, nobody disturbed. In the country today, highest per capita income is Telangana. That is the contribution by Telugu Desam Party, even 1995. If you see here, Chancellor, SRM University, Paravendra Garu. Here we invited distinguished guest for a subject. This is very interesting subject. That is where I told you. I am talking one side quantum computing, another side population management. Both are very, very unique, but you have to balance all. That's why I called Yurudaya Rajan, founder, International Institute for Migration Development. Niranjan Sagurti, Country Director, Population Council. Dr. Padma Paturi, Head and Department of Oncology, Andhra Pradesh. And also Piyush Kumar, Principal Secretary, Finance and Planning. Dear students from SRM, WIT, All India Institute of Medical Science, Amrut, NID, KL University, Kattur Medical College, and also staff members from SRM University. Today, you have heard all our views morning to evening. Different people are approaching differently. Even in here, our friend Rajan has made it very clear. He has left now because he wants to go early to reach Kerala. His opinion is migration. Who are all diaspora if you bring for development. That is his view. I am very happy by hearing all of you. As Chancellor has rightly mentioned, I am writing all their opinions. Sincerely, I am always saying, I am a good listener. I am a student, continuously learning. Today my subject is population management. Nobody used to talk about population management as on now. In 1995, as all of you, I also thought population is growing, land is not growing, water is not increasing, food is not increasing, there will be a big problem. Then I promoted small family, 2-child norm or 1 child. That is how I promoted. Everybody told me it's very difficult to motivate people. First of all, you have to address poverty among women. Second, you have to go for literacy. Awareness will come. Then only they will listen to you to control population. My theory at the time was, I can address all these things. Standalone system I can address, it will take years together, and also it is a vicious cycle. I had a determined approach how to reduce population. Very aggressive approach I have taken. Exactly 20 years time, I realized biggest problem of population now, aging problem, is catching very fast. Never it has happened anybody's history. One side I have gone for population control. Today again I am coming population management, have more children, then only we will survive. Here I wanted to say one thing. Great country. Honorable Prime Minister is preparing Vision 2047 Vikasit Bharat. I am preparing Swarnandhra Vision Document 2047. Earlier, I prepared a vision document. Even that is also a big problem. Always I am talking future. Sometimes you are also understanding very well, but you are also busy in time of elections. You are not taking care for re-election of the government, then we will have problems. What we had problems we have seen for the last 5 years. Where I have developed, at that stage it was left, not even 1 inch of road was laid during 5 years last regime. Otherwise, Amaravati should have been different Amaravati by this time. I am assuring you, very soon I am inviting Honorable Prime Minister for relaunching the programs, infrastructure and development. Already you have called nearly 40,000 crores for road construction and building construction. Now institute like SRM will come in a big way. You name any institute in India has to come here. That is the future of the city. Then I am planning, if possible, central government offices, private buildings, institutions, everything put together. Another 1 month, 1.5 months time, we wanted to lay the foundations for 1 lakh crores investment. It will be completed within 3 years time. In that, even SRM is asking me another 100 acres of land. Now they are planning 21,000 students. I am going to have some more restrictions on them. Minimum 50,000 students in 200 acres of land. That is what I am going to ask them. They want to start medical school and also so many institutions of excellence and also skill development and also quantum computing. It is very nearer to my heart. Yesterday only we have decided deep technology. In that, quantum computing is one, IoT integration, so many things we are working. So what I wanted to impress upon you all, in Swarnandhra, 2.4 trillion US dollars economy by 2047. And also 58 lakh rupees per capita income. In this, if you see, as on today, Vice Chancellor has rightly mentioned, our GSTP contribution this year, 16 lakh 25,000 crores. Our budget is 3 lakh crores. Our per capita income is 2 lakh 65,000. Now I have to increase this. I am planning to grow at the rate of 15%. Earlier, that is 14-19, I was able to grow at the rate of 13.5%. If I achieve 15% growth rate, your income will be, per capita income will be 58 lakhs by 2047. That is our vision, that is our planning. In this, I am talking about vision, but I am talking about very clearly every year by year, mid-term vision, medium-term vision, 2029, 5 years time, where I will be, I am placing before you all the details. In this, I am adopting 10 principles. All youngsters has to associate with me. You are the future. You can understand better than anybody compared to others. One is zero poverty, P4. I am talking always zero poverty means in this country, population as capital. Other assets will be additional assets. Then you are all here, compared to others, you can earn, just now, your university has shown me, best student is getting from SRM 55 lakhs for a year package. Average is 7.5 lakhs. 100% placement, that is what they have shown me. If you won't get employment, you have to talk to me, then I will insist on them to give employment. Another thing, I asked them, you start not only investors research park they are organizing, around 50 companies, global companies are going to come. You start now, startup hub or center. How many students are going to get jobs? How many students are going to start industry in a knowledge economy? While training all these things, you must be ready, going out and start your own venture. Always I am saying, not only seeking job, you have to provide job. From job seekers to job providers, you have to reach. In this P4, if you see, all works have been done after economic reforms, public-private partnership. Power sector, telecom, roads, airports, flights, everything. If you see public-private partnership, user charges, now development has taken place, wealth has been created, facilities has been provided, and at the same time some people have become billionaires, wealthiest people. But as Chancellor has rightly mentioned, there are some people below poverty. Is it not our responsibility to lift them above poverty? That is the mission I am taking. Zero poverty, P4 policy, public, private, people's partnership, people as capital. It is not only government responsibility. Now SRM is here. They are well established. They are having management skills. Why can't you adopt 10,000 families below poverty? In a systematic way, you can help them in all aspects, mentoring, hand-holding, some financial assistance, what governments are giving, additional support if you give. You are preparing students now. I am asking you to prepare families to earn money. That is where you have to do. If you adopt this, high net worth individuals of top 10% has to adopt bottom 20%. It is a continuous process how to reduce inequalities. That is my mission. Not only creating wealth, that wealth has to go to the last mile, that is the poor people. That is our mission in that. Second one is very clear, employment, employment, employment. That is my mission. As you have seen, young man among all of us, Chancellor. 85 years, very active. All youngsters have to take him as an example. You have to remind in our lifetime that is the model. What I asked him, what is your secret for health? He said very clearly, morning to evening I am mingling students. You are hearing your shoutings and energy level. He is also becoming day by day more and more younger. And also morning to evening he is working. That gives me more strength. This is where I am saying all of us has to do constructive work. Now I am talking everybody, don't do hard work. The days are over. Don't carry 100 kg bag. Carry cell phone, smartphone. Be literate. Upgrade your skills, what all you are doing. Then you can earn money very easily. Now I want to have, today you are all working. Flexible working is a reality. Flexible reading is a reality. Once if you go through, going on reading, we don't know what purpose. Today, work from home has come. Whenever you wanted to have time, you can work. Somebody, whenever he wanted to get it done, through online is getting the work done. Virtual and physical is a reality. Flexible working is a reality. And also our friends has made, our people are going because of it is happening brain drain. I am not considering brain drain. I am always asking all of you, think globally, act globally. Distance is not the constraint. Sit here, start a company, service the global community. You want to go to Hyderabad, have one office, spend some time. You want to go to abroad, you can go. And also you want to go for holiday, you can go. Even in holiday, 2 hours you can go through your work. You can do wonders. That is the future of working. That is what I am promoting as on today. Employment, employment, productive work. It is possible. All of you, as understand my philosophy or not, you have to tell me. Recently I am talking work from home concept. Some people came to me. what you are going to do. Every house is a workplace, women particularly. They are doing housework. They are highly qualified. Some people are PhDs in computer. They are residing at villages. They are having some occupation, looking after children, married, but they are settled in village. I am asking them, 3 hours, 4 hours if you work, you can get better money than your husband or your family member who are going outside. Here girls are here. In 95 when I became Chief Minister, I wanted to use women in a big way. There is a theory in that. Always girls are depending when they are young on parents for money, for education, everything. After marriage, you are depending on husbands because of money, or even some illiterate women wanted to go to cinema. Husband has to give permission. After marriage, when you are becoming old, you have to depend on children. They will ask, you don't know anything, you keep quiet, don't participate, you do some housework, that is enough. But today, I am proud to say, Indian women are working extremely well. Compared to men, women are more intelligent also. I am not saying this to please women. I am telling you, men also don't be jealous. There is a lot of competition future. I brought one simple reform, public reform. That is reserving 33% education for girls. Automatically, more than 50-60% girls have come for colleges, engineering colleges, medical colleges, everywhere. Then at some time, youngsters used to ask me, boys, sir, because of your policy, more girls are coming. Even they are crossing 50% proportion to gender. Then I told them there was a balance, backlog. Let them complete first, then we will revive. The day will come, reservations for men, for boys. Now, very interesting phenomena. I am a social scientist in one way. Wife and husband both are IT professionals. I am asking one question. What is your salary, both wife and husband? At a time I am asking. 80% are saying wives are getting better salary compared to husbands. I am not insulting them. That is the focus women are having. That is where they are shining extremely well. This is the best policy India is having. Even America is having a problem, gender inequality. I can say very proudly, India is one country, it is accepting widely, that is going to help India to become #1 country by 2047. I don't have any doubt about it. Third policy I am working, agriculture, agri-tech in a big way. Then water security, linking of rivers, everything. And HR and skill development and population management. This is very important subject, I will come back. Why I am talking about population management, we will discuss about it. Then sixth policy I am talking, logistics. India logistics cost is 14% or 15%, whereas global logistics cost only 8% or 7%. Seventh policy is I am talking about cost optimization of power and fuel, either diesel, petrol, everything. Now India is very fortunate for solar energy, wind energy, pumped energy, and also battery. I am confident India will have a bright future in green energy. I am very happy SRM is starting green energy, one institute here. I wish all the best for them. Another 5 years' time, Honorable Prime Minister's vision for green energy is 500 gigawatts. In that, 160 gigawatts are going to contribute from Andhra Pradesh. Already we have started green energy and also green hydrogen in Visakhapatnam, 1,90,000 crores investment. So all of you has to watch green energy is the future, green hydrogen is the future. And also in this nature farming is also one of the best way. We are all eating adulterated food. I told just now, food as a medicine, kitchen as a pharmacy, field is the raw materials production. If you can balance your diet, your activity, your sleep, your exercise, your working styles. Now, Vice Chancellor Parvendran is 85 years. I am confident he will work up to 100 years. The style is working. As he rightly mentioned, one thing you have to keep it in mind. As long as you are alive, you have to work. That is possible now in a knowledge economy. All students, you are having bright future and also longevity of life. We are all very healthy. Even now I am thinking better than all of you, ahead of all of you. That is where I am talking deep technology and also how to integrate IoT and also population management, all these things. So your life expectancy will be 100 years. As on today, life expectancy in India, 80-85 years. Your time is going to become 100 years now. So with all these things, fuel will be the issue, power. Even solar, we are generating rooftop. Even in field, farmers are generating power. It is very, very cost effective. Now I am making democratization of power generation. Tomorrow I am going to ask your university how much power you are generating solar, how much you are importing for this for your institute. First of all buildings will be solar generation. That you have to assure me. In Amaravati, I want to make it green energy consumption 100% over a period of time. That is our mission. We will work together in that direction. Next policy is product perfection. India products, either service product or industrial product or agriculture product, everything if you see, it is not a branded. Now we have to grow in a big way branded items, product perfection, that is another. And also Swachh Andhra Pradesh 9th policy. Circular economy, there also you have to do some research. I wanted to go 100% circular economy. Nothing is waste. Zero waste policy. That is where you have to work it out. Ultimately, deep technology. Everybody should work smart way. This is where I constructed in 1995 iTech City. Today, that was the best building for information technology. Today I am constructing here quantum computing and deep tech. You wanted to give good name, you can give me. I wanted to make in Andhra Pradesh, every person has to use AI or you have to prepare use case. hardware and software, semiconductor, you name anything, we want to go in a big way. Ultimate aim is quantum computing and also startup companies from here to anywhere in the world. Health, education, agriculture, veterinary, even pharmaceuticals, everywhere we need quantum computing. So that is the area we are working. So with all these things, again, I am coming back. Today's subject, population management. In this, different people here have given excellent knowledge for me. One is Rajan has given some of the ideas, how India is going to have demographic dividend. Some people are asking me, you are talking about population management because of delimitations. We are having 25 seats now. People are thinking, if you go for population basis, our seats will be reduced. In South India, seats will be reduced. That is not my motive. My motive is country. I am telling you again, state. South India started declining population, catching up aging problem. North India, it is very interesting. Population is more balanced. Recently, I made a comment in Delhi. Bihar and UP are saving us as on today in population. Economy-wise, they have to catch up. If you see here, TFR, Bihar 3, Uttar Pradesh 2.7, Chhattisgarh 2.2, Gujarat is better 2, Haryana 2, Karnataka 1.5, Andhra Pradesh 1.5, Maharashtra is 1.5, Kerala is 1.5, Tamil Nadu 1.4, Delhi 1.4, West Bengal is 1.4. If you see countries also, South Africa 2.4, Bangladesh 2.1, India 2, South Korea they are saying 1.9, that is not correct, 0.7. Vietnam and France, they are managing very well, 1.9. China 1.7, Brazil 1.5, Singapore 1.2. Now if you see all these things already started, aging problem in some of the countries. They don't have manpower. Japan is asking people from India. Germany is asking people from India. They gave him a very simple solution. You develop, migration will be there from north to south. Tomorrow in north also there is a problem of population. Then where we are going to import? That is my concern. As on today, if you see, India is 143 crore population. China diminishing has started. 130 or 135 crore population. China is going to become 100 crore population country. India at this rate, it will go to 160 or 175. My idea is, today Indians have migrated 3.4 billion population migrated. Highest per capita Indians. If we allow Indians to migrate 20 crores in 200 countries, another 15 years our knowledge economy, then Indians will be the richest community globally. Any country if you go, corporate governance, public governance, Indians are going to dominate globally. That is my vision. It is going to happen. As on today, if you go to America, almost all countries, highest corporate giants are from Indians. Google, CEO is Indian. Microsoft is Indian. Even almost all companies are happening. Today, not demographic disinvestment, all these things, what I am saying, this is the right time for India to realize, especially South India, we have to balance population. Here, even silver demographic dividend, he told, that is a reality. After retirement, people are not working. At least 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours a day if they work. They are having excellent knowledge. That knowledge you can do it, use it. As you rightly mentioned, gender demographic dividend, that we can take it up. Even Niranjan from Guntur is a country director, Population Council. As you rightly mentioned, from 1.5, we have to increase 2.1. This is the target. There are some problems. High institutional deliveries. Biggest challenge is sterilization, tubectomy. Even doctor has rightly mentioned, immediately after sterilization, cesarean, we are going for sterilization. It is very interesting to note. India, Andhra is number 1 in sterilization, female, 70%. Karnataka 57.4, Kerala 46.4, all India 27%. We are always very, very advanced. And also, Andhra people, if you see, very smart, not only smart, extra smart. Everything will adopt immediately. Come what may, what is the negative, positive, we don't mind. That is the biggest challenge now. I have to motivate them. And also, if you see here, even spacing, sterilization, after that, immediately tubectomy. What our people are thinking, why should we come again? Why should we wait? This is very clearly attitudinal problem or awareness problem. Even we don't know the kids, there is a problem. If you see here, IMR, India is 28, AP is 24,000 births. If anything will happen, then we are going to repent. Even countries like some of the countries, Japan 2.21, Singapore 2.65, Sweden 2.74, Kerala 0.06. So this is one more issue we have to think, segregation, best practice, all these things. And also so many people, our people are going very easily. Delivery means it is painful process. Why can't you go for sterilization? Easy. 2 times sterilization. And also, as our doctors have rightly mentioned, tubectomy. 3 operations, woman's life. Operation is an operation. Medicine is a medicine. Nature is a nature. And also natural delivery is always long life expectancy and also livability, happiness, everything, that is ultimate. So I'm learning some of the issues now. That's why I'm telling Vice Chancellor, I'm only a student, I have to prepare research now. I have to do experiment. I have to produce proof of concept for future. With all these reasons, if you see here, fertility decline, and also there are some other reasons also. So we have to probe, and also I am asking my people, first time I am hearing this type of information And also this is the first time we are conducting seminar for a particular purpose, that is population management. Even pregnant women, anemia, very simple supplementation of iron, that also we are not doing. Even their awareness, most of the women are having anemia problem. Added to that, I told you so many problems we are adding further. And also nowadays, there is one more theory is building. Double income, no kids, let us enjoy. Even your parents should have thought like that. What happened for all of you? This is the biggest challenge I am talking about it. Some girls and boys are talking, even better to have one startup rather than have kid. That is another psychology, painful psychology. No, I wanted to make it very clear. Long back, around 95, when I became CM, AIDS was very, very big issue at that time. Everybody is thinking it is a social stigma. Nobody should talk. I gave a slogan, break silence, talk about AIDS, otherwise there will be a big problem. Then I started all these things. I asked parents, take your children confidence. Even sex issues also you have to talk to your children. Then only we can put an end to AIDS. Otherwise, all problems will come. Today, I am very happy we are able to control AIDS. Today, I am talking all of you, talk about population management. Have more children. For that, I introduced one bill long back. More than 2 children, you are not eligible for contest in local bodies. Now I lifted it recently. Now I want to introduce one more bill. Less than 2 children, you are not eligible. We wanted to make it a social stigma also. You are very selfish. You are having less than 2 children, you are very selfish. Then people will you have to ask them, it is a social responsibility for all of us. Even recently, if you see, Putin was talking, even holidays, less working, all these things. Even I gave one slogan now, Amma Odi. Any number of children, I am going to give 15,000 rupees for the mother. 2 children, 30,000, 3 children, 45,000, 4 children, 60,000. Earlier, maternity leave for women in government, only 2 deliveries. I am giving 4, 5, 6 deliveries. Somewhere you have to start. Some radical thinking. Once if you see, for a person 5 kg rice, more than 5, only 25 kgs. Now I want to liberalize. Even more family members, more family benefits. I wanted to encourage them. You have to understand one thing. Biggest advantage globally, Indian families. And no other family in the world can beat Indian family. When you are in the family life, you are having security. health security, financial security, or physical security, you name anything. If you work very hard, go home, have a cup of coffee with family members, you will be relaxed, you will be charged. That is the beauty of Indian families. And also we are all thinking marriage is decided by destiny, heaven. God is decided, we are all following. That is keeping Indian families together. If you go to other countries, your children, my children, our children. At the end of the day, I am not joking. Even China, one child norm. After marriage, both children are living separately. Only wife and husband. If somebody leaves early, then lonely family. That is the biggest challenges all over the world. But Indian culture has given biggest advantage, family, that is helping us in health. If you can see, even Parvendra is here. His son Satyanarayana is Chancellor, Vice Chancellor. Now he is mentoring him. He is 85 years. He is also 50, 55 years. But he is mentoring him. That is the beauty of Indians. Other countries, father has to give money for his son as loan. Son will give father as a loan. No free. Can you imagine the sentiment of Indians? We are fortunate to born in India as Indians. I am proud of it. This legacy we have to protect. For this, again, I am early to start. I am always visionary, that is the problem. People may not understand now. Recently I am talking deep technology. People are asking me what is deep technology. Very difficult to explain. Now, originally I used to talk about IT. Nobody used to understand me. Then at the time, youngsters, you are all forgetting. At the time there was BSNL, VSNL telecommunication sector. BSNL is domestic calls, VSNL is international calls, both are public sector. To talk foreign calls, very difficult. I told in assembly one day, I am not talking to my son who is in America because of prohibitive cost. If I talk liberally, then he will raise in the assembly, he is talking his son, he is spending huge money on telecommunication. Then I searched all over the world. China was moving very fast. Then I want to go for deregulation of telecommunication sector to promote information technology. Bandwidth is very, very important. You have to keep it in mind. Long back I gave a statement. Day will come, charges will be per capita bandwidth consumption. At that time, every 1 minute you talk, this is the rate. 2 minutes, this is the rate. 3 minutes, this is the rate. Everybody heckled me how it is possible. That is the vision I have given 30 years back. Today, for voice, there is no charge. So what I wanted to make it very clear, what all I told you, 10 principles, I will work very hard to make it a reality. Among them, today's subject is population management. What all you have given ideas, I will consolidate. I will have more and more workshops. Village-wise, I will publicize. Some friends have rightly mentioned, there is a real-time governance is going on. I was able to establish all data. Andhra Pradesh population is, as on today, through Aadhaar authentication, 4.96 crore. Exact by name, by address, by geotagging GIS, I was able to capture how many people have migrated to other states, how many people are migrated within the state, how many people have gone to outside the country, everything we are collecting. I want to serve my people at most efficiently, so I am collecting all this information. This month I am going to start P4 policy also on Ugadi Day. సో ఇక్కడికి వచ్చినప్పుడు ఇక్కడ అందరూ మీరు ఉన్నారు భవిష్యత్ కోసం. మళ్ళీ నేను ఒక్క నిమిషం కూడా తెలుగులో మాట్లాడకపోతే ప్రాబ్లం ఉంటుంది. బయట వాళ్ళందరూ ఉన్నారు కాబట్టి నేను ఇంగ్లీష్లో మాట్లాడాను. మెసేజ్ అందరికి వెళ్ళాలని. ఈరోజు ఇక్కడుండే యువతకు మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ కోరుతున్నా, మీ భవిష్యత్తు మీ చేతుల్లో ఉంది. నేను ఆకాశమే అద్దుగా ఆలోచిస్తున్నా. మీరేంటి రాత్రింబగుళ్ళు కష్టపడక్కర్లేదు. యూజ్ టెక్నాలజీ, వర్క్ స్మార్ట్లీ. మీరు ఎప్పుడు నచ్చితే అప్పుడే చదవండి, ఏమి కొంపలు కూలిపోవు. చదివినప్పుడు మాత్రం ఫోకస్ పెట్టి చదవండి, మనసు పెట్టి చదవండి. నేను ఇప్పుడు కూడా నేను ఆలోచించేది మార్నింగ్ టు ఈవినింగ్ నిద్రపోయేటప్పుడు తప్ప ఎప్పుడూ పనిచేస్తానే ఉంటా. దానికి కారణం నేను తినే తిండి మితంగా తింటాను, మంచి ఆలోచనలు చేస్తాను, గట్టిగా పనిచేస్తాను. దీనివల్ల నా ఆరోగ్యం బాగుంది. మీరందరూ కూడా యంగ్స్టర్స్ ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు. నేను చెప్పేది మీరు విని కేరింతలు కొడుతున్నారంటే దానికంటే నా జీవితంలో ఏం కావాలని మిమ్మల్ని అడుగుతున్నా. నేను మళ్ళీ మీ అందరికీ ఒకటే చెప్తున్నా, ప్రపంచంలో ఏమి జరుగుతుందో ఏమి జరగబోతున్నాయో వాళ్ళందరికంటే ముందునే మీకు అందజేస్తా. ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తా. SRM లాంటి ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ అన్ని ఇండియాలో బెస్ట్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ తీసుకొస్తా. ప్రపంచంలో ఉండే బెస్ట్ గ్లోబల్ యూనివర్సిటీస్ ఇక్కడ తీసుకొస్తా. మీకు అండగా ఉంటా, చేయూతనిస్తా. రతన్ టాటా ఇన్నోవేషన్ హబ్ పెడుతున్నాం. 5 ప్రాంతాల్లో 5 స్పోక్ మోడల్ పెడుతున్నాం. నేను అందుకనే ఇప్పుడే కూడా చెప్పాను SRM కూడా, మీరు ఎంతమందికి ఉద్యోగాలు ఇస్తారని కాదు, మా పిల్లల్ని ఎంతమందిని పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలుగా తయారు చేస్తారో అదే మీకు భవిష్యత్తులో కొలమానం అని చెప్పాను. అదే కండిషన్ రేపు పెడతాను వాళ్ళకి కావాలంటే. 10,000 is nothing. Every family, one entrepreneur is my motive. ఒక ఇంటికి ఒక పారిశ్రామికవేత్త కావాలి. అక్కడి నుంచి వీళ్ళు ఇక్కడ పనిచేయచ్చు, ప్రపంచం అంతా పనిచేస్తారు. కొబ్బరి చెట్లలో కూర్చొని లేకుంటే మంచి గార్డెన్ లో కూర్చొని పని చేసుకునే పరిస్థితి వస్తారు. ఒక స్టేజ్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత తెలివితేటలుంటే వేరే ప్రాంతాలకు మనం పోవాల్సిన పనిలా ఇక్కడి నుంచే పనిచేస్తాం. మన అసిస్టెంట్లు అక్కడ పోయి పనిచేసి వస్తారు. ఆ విషయం మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. ఒకసారి ప్రారంభించడం కష్టం, కానీ ఇప్పుడు కూడా SRM నేను ఇప్పుడే అడిగా పర్వేంద్ర గారిని, ఏంటి నీ జీవితం అని అడిగా. స్కూల్ టీచర్, కెన్ యూ ఇమాజిన్ స్కూల్ టీచర్ SRM అని పెట్టి ఈరోజు ఒకే ప్రిమిసెస్ లో 60,000 మంది, ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ కూడా ఇంతమంది ఉన్నారంటే ఒక వ్యక్తి విజన్, ఆయన జీవితంలో సాధించిన విజయం. మీరెందుకు ఆ విధంగా తయారు కాకూడదు? నేను మీ అందరికంటే చిన్నగానే పుట్టా, మారుమూల ప్రాంతంలో పుట్టా. మా ఊర్లో 30 ఇళ్ళు కూడా లేవు. నా జీవితాన్ని నేను మోల్డ్ చేసుకుంటూ వచ్చాను. ఒక స్టెప్ మీరు వేస్తే 2 అడుగులు కలిసి వస్తుంది. ఆ విషయం మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. సంకల్పం ఉంటే ఏదైనా సాధ్యం. నేను ఇక్కడుండే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఉండే మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ కోరుతున్నా, 5 ఏళ్ళు మీతో మాట్లాడతా, 10 ఏళ్ళు మీతో మాట్లాడతా. మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ గ్లోబల్ లీడర్స్ గా తయారు చేసే బాధ్యత నాది. అవకాశాలు తీసుకొస్తాను, అందిపుచ్చుకునే బాధ్యత మీది కూడా. ఈ యాంగిల్లో మీరు ఆలోచించండి. మళ్ళా మాట్లాడదాం, ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పటికే బాగా ఆలస్యమైంది. కానీ ఈరోజు SRMకి వచ్చినప్పుడు కొన్ని క్వశ్చన్స్కి ఇస్తాను, 2-3 క్వశ్చన్స్ ఇస్తాం. వండర్ఫుల్. ఇది ఇప్పుడే ఒక 2-3 క్వశ్చన్స్ ఇస్తే కూడా బాగుంటుంది అంటున్నారు. క్వశ్చన్ సెషన్ ఉంది. ముందు వారికి మైక్ ఇవ్వండి. మైక్.
ఆరోగ్య ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, ఆనంద ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, స్వర్ణాంధ్రప్రదేశ్ లక్ష్యాలుగా ముందుకు సాగుతున్న ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారికి ముందుగా నమస్కారం. నేను మీకు గ్రాటిట్యూడ్ తెలియజేయడానికి వచ్చాను. ఐఐటిలో చదివిన మా అమ్మాయికి కొలంబియా యూనివర్సిటీ న్యూయార్క్లో సీట్ వచ్చింది. నా ఆర్థిక పరిస్థితి ఆలోచించి వెళ్ళాలా లేదా అనుకున్నప్పుడు కాపు విదేశీ విద్యా దీవెనలో మీరు ఇచ్చిన 10 లక్షల ప్రోత్సాహంతో వెళ్ళి న్యూయార్క్లో ఇవాళ $2.5 లక్షల ఆ అమ్మాయి సంపాదిస్తూ ఉందండి. ₹1 కోటి మాకు ఇల్లు కొనిపెట్టింది. తర్వాత మీరు పర్వీన్ గారు ఆరోగ్య రహస్యం అడిగారు. మీ ఆరోగ్య రహస్యం నేను ఒకసారి టీడీ జనార్దన్ గారి ద్వారా విన్నాను. ఆయన ఏం చెప్పారంటే, భువనేశ్వరి మాత గంటకి మీ డైట్ ఫాలో అవుతారంట. ఒక మగాడి విజయం వెనకాల ఒక స్త్రీ ఉందంటారు. మరి ఆ సేవా కార్యక్రమాలు నేను అభిమాని అయ్యాను. నేను 101 సార్లు రక్తదానం చేశాను. అలాగే మిమ్మల్ని ప్రజావేదిక దగ్గర 4-5 సార్లు కలిశాను. అక్కడ
మీ పేరు బ్రదర్?
నా పేరు ఉమామహేశ్వరరావు అండి.
ఉమామహేశ్వరరావు.
ఈ మధ్య మానవతా లైఫ్ టైం అచీవ్మెంట్ అవార్డు ఇచ్చారు. తర్వాత రెడ్ క్రాస్లో నేను వాలంటీర్ని.
ఒక అమ్మాయినా?
ఒక అమ్మాయి, ఒక అబ్బాయి, ఇద్దరు ఐఐటీన్స్ అండి. ఇద్దరు $2.5 లక్షల న్యూయార్క్లో, న్యూజెర్సీలో ఉన్నారు.
అమ్మాయి ఎక్కువ పంపిస్తుంది, అబ్బాయి ఎక్కువ పంపిస్తారు?
అమ్మాయి ఎక్కువ పంపిస్తుందండి. అమ్మాయిని
వెరీ హ్యాపీ కన్ఫర్మ్డ్ అబౌట్ ఇట్.
మీ దాంట్లో
అమ్మాయినా అబ్బాయినా ఒకటే అని చెప్పాను. అమ్మాయే బెటర్ అని చెప్పాను. తల్లిదండ్రులను చూసుకునే అమ్మాయిలే బాగా చూసుకుంటారు. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ రియాలిటీ.
ఆ అమ్మాయిని కట్నం లేకుండా పెళ్లి చేసుకోవడానికి పెళ్లి కొడుకు సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నాడండి.
కాదు, రోజు వస్తుంది, ఎదురు కట్నం ఇస్తారు. డోంట్ బాదర్. కట్నాలు అయిపోయినాయి, అది పాత రోజులు. ఇప్పుడు ఎక్కడ కట్నం గురించి మాట్లాడడం లేదు.
చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు పని రాక్షసుడు అంటారు, కానీ ఆయన పని ప్రేమికుడు అండి. వర్క్ హాలిక్ కాదు, వర్క్ లవర్. అలసట్లోనే ఆనందం ఉందని నమ్మిన ఆయన 10 ఏళ్ళు కాదండి 30 ఏళ్ళు మనకు ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా ఉండాలి. ఇదే మాట ఆయనకి ఇదివరకు కూడా చెప్పాను.
నేను ఉండాలని కాదు, నాలాంటి లీడర్స్ తయారు చేసి భవిష్యత్తు వదిలిపెట్టాలని నా కోరిక.
మీలాగా లీడర్స్ కోట్ల మంది తయారవుతున్నారండి.
కొన్ని వందల మంది నాలాంటి వాళ్ళు తయారు కావాలి. పబ్లిక్ లీడర్స్, కార్పొరేట్ లీడర్స్. దట్ ఈస్ మై డ్రీమ్. ఐ విల్ ప్రొడ్యూస్ నౌ.
ఎలక్షన్ ముందర మా పిల్లలిద్దరూ చాలా దేశాల నుంచి వచ్చినట్లే మీకు ఓటు వేయడానికి వచ్చారు. అక్కడ నేను ఈ 10 లక్షలు తీసుకున్నందుకు నన్ను వేధించారు గత గవర్నమెంట్లో, విలియన్స్ విని. అప్పుడు నేను మా పిల్లలతో అమెరికా వెళ్తా రిజల్ట్ రాకముందే చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా ప్రమాణం చేస్తే నేను మళ్ళీ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్కి వస్తాను, లేకపోతే అక్కడే ఉంటానని చెప్పి ఓపెన్గా ఛాలెంజ్ చేసి చెప్పానండి.
ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళు చాలా మంది ఉన్నారు. అందుకే పర్వేంద్ర రెడ్డి గారు మీ బడ్జెట్ 3 లక్షలు, అప్పులు 10 లక్షలు ఏం చేస్తారంటే నాకు మా ప్రజల ఆశీస్సులు ఉన్నాయి. తప్పకుండా ఇది అధికం ఇస్తానని చెప్పారు. అది మా కమిట్మెంట్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. యోగా మాస్టర్ని పిల్లలకి మీరు స్కూలుకు యోగ విద్యను ప్రవేశపెట్టినట్టయితే వాళ్ళ కాన్సన్ట్రేషన్ పెరుగుద్ది, మెమరీ పవర్ పెరుగుద్ది, హిడెన్ టాలెంట్స్ బయటకు వస్తాయి, వాళ్ళ ఫ్యూచర్ లీడర్స్గా తయారవుతారు. నేను క్రియ యోగా మాస్టర్ని. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
నేను మీతో మాట్లాడతాను ఉమామేశ్వర గారు. పెడదాం, పెట్టాలి పెద్ద ఎత్తున మీద. ఏంటమ్మా?
ఐఎమ్ డాక్టర్ కీర్తి అండి, ప్రెసిడెంట్ వాసవ్య మహిళా మండలి. వీ హ్యావ్ ఫ్యూ సజెషన్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ద ఉమెన్స్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూ. మార్నింగ్ నుంచి అందరు చెప్తోంది ఏంటంటే ఉమెన్ ఆర్ క్రూషియల్ ఫర్ పాపులేషన్ డైనమిక్స్. ఎందుకంటే ఏఐ కూడా ఎవరిని ప్రెగ్నెంట్ చేయలేదు, ఉమెన్ తప్ప. సో అందుకని ప్రెగ్నెన్సీ ఉమెన్కే రావాలి, హోమ్ కేర్ వర్క్ ఉమెన్ హ్యాస్ టు డూ, అండ్ అగైన్ $1 trillion స్ట్రేట్ చేయాలన్నా కూడా ఉమెన్ హ్యాస్ టు బికమ్ ద ఎంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్స్. That's what the dream. So to make it, what is required for the women? From a woman's angle, we are telling. One is, at workplaces, we don't have child care centers. Yes. We have Anganwadi centers. Anganwadis ante సాధారణంగా ఏమనుకుంటారు అంటే అది ఒక బీపీఎల్ ఫ్యామిలీస్కి, లోయర్ ఎకనామిక్ స్ట్రేటా అనుకుంటారు. కానీ మిడిల్ క్లాస్లో ఉన్న వాళ్ళు ఈ పెయిడ్ కేర్ సెంటర్స్కి వెళ్ళాలంటే కష్టంగా ఉంటుంది. సో ఎవ్రీ వర్క్ ప్లేస్లో మస్ట్ చేయాలి. మేము వెళ్ళిన దగ్గరలా చెప్తున్నాము, బట్ దేర్ ఆర్ నో చైల్డ్ కేర్ సెంటర్స్ ఎట్ ఆల్.
ఎస్ అమ్మా, ఇమ్మీడియట్గా మీరు ఇచ్చిన పాలసీ మేము అమలు చేస్తాం. ఎవ్రీ వర్క్ ప్లేస్లో చైల్డ్ కేర్ సెంటర్ ఉంటుంది. SRMలో ఇమ్మీడియట్గా పెడుతున్నారు. ఉంది ఆల్రెడీ ఉంది. ఐఎమ్ వెరీ హ్యాపీ. And also strengthen further one of the best child care center SRMలో ఉండాలి. అన్ని ఇండస్ట్రీలో పెట్టిస్తాం.
అట్లాగే రెండోది అంటే ఇక్కడ అందరూ కూడా అన్ని విషయాలు మనం మాట్లాడుతున్నాం కాబట్టి బాత్రూమ్స్లోకి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు ఉమెన్కి స్పెషల్గా వాష్రూమ్స్ ఉన్నా కూడా మెన్స్ట్రల్ హైజీన్ గురించి వచ్చినప్పుడు శానిటరీ నాప్కిన్స్, వెండింగ్ మిషన్స్ కానీ ఇన్సిలినేటర్స్ కానీ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయకపోతే ఉమెన్ ఏమనుకుంటున్నారంటే ఈ పీరియడ్స్తో వాళ్ళకి ఎక్స్ట్రా బ్లీడింగ్ అయినప్పుడు హిస్టరెక్టమీకి వెళ్ళడానికి దీస్ ఆర్ వన్ ఆఫ్ ద థింగ్స్ మేకింగ్ వెరీ సెన్సిటివ్. వాళ్ళకి ఆఫీస్లో చెప్తేనేమో 400 ప్రశ్నలు వేస్తున్నారు.
లేదమ్మా, ఐ విల్ మేక్ ఇట్ ఎ రూల్స్. దిస్ పాలసీ ఐ విల్ బ్రింగ్ ఇట్. నేను ఒకసారి అనుకుంటే మీకు తెలుసు కదా, దాన్ని సాధించే వరకు వదిలిపెట్టను. మీరు చెప్పినట్టు అన్నీ అవుతాయి.
చెప్తానండి,
స్కూల్స్, కాలేజెస్ ఎవ్రీవేర్ పెట్టిస్తాము.
మొన్న MS స్వామినాథన్ ఫౌండేషన్కి వెళ్ళాము. అక్కడ క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్, హీట్, జెండర్ అండ్ హెల్త్, మనం పాపులేషన్ డైనమిక్స్ గురించి మాట్లాడుతూ ఉన్నప్పుడు ఒక దాని గురించి బాగా రీసెర్చ్ చేయాలేమో అని అనిపించిందండి మాకు అక్కడికి వెళ్ళొచ్చిన తర్వాత. షీఈ్ అ మెడికల్ డాక్టర్. హీట్ అనేది ప్రెగ్నెన్సీ దానికి ఎలా ఎఫెక్ట్ ఇస్తుంది, ఈవెన్ ఫర్టిలిటీకి కూడా. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు క్లైమేట్ చేంజ్ వల్ల మనకి హీట్ పెరుగుతోంది. అట్లాగే వీ హ్యావ్ ఫ్యూ సజెషన్స్ విత్ రిగార్డ్ టు జిరియాట్రిక్ కేర్.
జిరియాట్రిక్ కేర్ కండి మనకి బెడ్ సైడ్ అటెండెంట్స్ లేరండి, దానికి ట్రైనింగ్ లేదు ఎక్కడా కూడాను. యాజ్ ఏ డాక్టర్ ఐ ఫీల్ మెనీ పేషెంట్స్ కమ్ టు మీ, I don't have an alternative but to depend on the unskilled labor. సో అదొకటి. SRMలో ఉన్నాం కాబట్టి నేను ఒక సజెషన్ ఏంటంటే ప్రతి ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్, ఎవ్రీ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఫర్ ఎడ్యుకేటెడ్ యూత్ అండ్ ఆల్సో అన్స్కిల్డ్ యూత్ అవుట్సైడ్ ద ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్, దే షుడ్ బి కౌన్సిలింగ్ సెంటర్స్ అవైలబుల్.
Okay, we'll establish.
Namaste, I'm here. My name is Gayatri. I come from Amrita University. Since morning, thank you, our students from Amrita.
Anta my students, amma?
Yeah, all our students.
They are very, that's right. They are very jubilant. Good.
Thank you. So as I come from the university which talks about education for living, not just for life, so here I would like to bring one point which is very important. We are talking about population dynamics and development, and when we talk about development, I was very touched by Dr. What was that? UNICEF So he was pointing about the importance of child brain development for the first 2 years initially from preconception, and talking from the spiritual point of view, this land has given a scientifically proven Garbha Samskara for every woman and couple to make sure every child comes as a amsha of Bhagavan. Not just number of child is important, it is the quality of a child we bring to the world is very, very important. And it is a proven science that Garbha Samskara can change the world into Vishwaguru Bharat is very nearing if we bring this as a awareness programs for every woman out there, not just people who can understand. It is a spiritual science where we bring some chanting, some Sanskrit, and the lifestyle that you spoke about is very, very important for all the youth to follow, that their diet, sleep and everything that has to be focused from now on so that they give a best progeny for the country. And yeah, this was one of the points that this land, Mother Bharat, has given legacy, legends like, through the Garbha Samskara we know Bhakta Prahlad, we know Nachiketa, we know Bhrigu, we know Shivaji Maharaj and Sambhaji Maharaj. Those are yet to come. They are waiting for us to be prepared for such a parenting and parenting skills. So we also have to confirm or bring awareness about how next children can be strongly cognitive development can be done. Thank you so much.
ఇప్పుడు వారు చెప్పిన దాంట్లో ఏంటంటే మెయిన్గా మన అందరం కూడా గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సింది, లైఫ్ అనేది మీనింగ్ఫుల్ లైఫ్ ఉండాలి. ఇండియన్స్లో ఉండే హ్యాపీనెస్ ఎవరిలో ఉండదు. ఒకసారి జపాన్ నుంచి ఒక డెలిగేషన్ వచ్చారు, అంబాసిడర్తో సహా నా దగ్గరికి వచ్చాడు. వచ్చి నాకు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తూ నేను మొత్తం ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అంతా తిరిగి వచ్చాను. తిరిగి వచ్చిన తర్వాత నేను చూసినటువంటి అబ్జర్వేషన్ ఏంటంటే, ఆయన పూర్ ఫ్యామిలీస్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళాడు, రోడ్డంతా మాట్లాడుకుంటూ వచ్చాడు. ఎక్కడ పోయినా ఇండియాలో హ్యాపీనెస్ కనపడస్తూ ఉంది, పావర్టీ ఉన్న హ్యాపీనెస్ కనపడస్తూ ఉంది. మేము జపాన్లో డబ్బులుంది, వెల్త్ ఉంది, కానీ హ్యాపీనెస్ లేదు. దట్ ఈస్ ది బిగ్గెస్ట్ థింగ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా అని చెప్పే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చాడు. మీరు అన్నట్టు మనం అందరం కూడా, నేను అందుకే చెప్పాను, వెల్తీ, హెల్తీ, హ్యాపీ సొసైటీ ఈజ్ మై గోల్. ఈ మూడు కూడా చెప్పాను. ఈ మూడు రావాలంటే మీరు చెప్పినటువంటి ఆల్ పిల్లల్లో కూడా ఇక్కడి నుంచి జనరేషన్లో మార్పు రావాలి, క్వాలిటీ లైఫ్ లీడ్ చేసే పరిస్థితి రావాలి, పేదరికం పోవాలి. ఇప్పుడు మీరు చెప్పిన మాటల్లో కూడా ఒకటి గుర్తుపెట్టుకుంటే, జీరో పావర్టీ నేను మాట్లాడినప్పుడు బిలో పావర్టీ ఉంటే తినేదానికే తిండి లేనప్పుడు మీరు చెప్పిన విషయాలు వాళ్ళకి ఎక్కవు. ఫస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ఆల్ మన రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ, మన సమాజంలో ఎవ్వరు కూడా పేదవాళ్ళు లేకుండా అందరికి కానీ మినిమం స్టాండర్డ్స్ ఆఫ్ లివింగ్ ఇవ్వగలిగితే దట్ ఈస్ ది బిగ్గెస్ట్ కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఫర్ ది సొసైటీ, ఫర్ ది కంట్రీ. అది మనం అందరం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. అదే సమయంలో వాల్యూస్ మనకు వచ్చాయి. ఈ వాల్యూస్ని మన లెగసీలకు అందించాలి. ఇది మీరు ఒక్కరి సొంతం కాదు, నా ఒక్కరి సొంతం కాదు, ఇది లెగసీ. ఆ లెగసీని మనం ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ చేయాలి నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్కి. అట్లా కాకుండా మనం మిస్యూజ్ చేసి లేకుంటే మన బిహేవియర్లో కానీ ఇష్టానుసారంగా పోతే దట్ ఇస్ నాట్ కరెక్ట్. మన ఆలోచనలు బాగుండాలి, మన ఆచరణ బాగుండాలి, అందరూ ఆనందంగా ఉండాలి. అందుకే ఎప్పుడు మన దేశంలో మాట్లాడతాం వసుదైక కుటుంబం. దట్ ఈస్ ది బిగ్గెస్ట్ కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఫర్ ఇండియా. సో మీరందరూ ఇది గుర్తుపెట్టుకొని ఈ మీటింగ్ మారిగానే ఎవ్రీ మీటింగ్లో సీరియస్ మీటింగ్లు కాకుండా హ్యాపీగా మాట్లాడుకుందాం, హ్యాపీగా ఎంజాయ్ చేద్దాం, పని చేద్దాం. టీచర్లు కూడా పిల్లలు బోరు కొట్టించద్దండి. కానండి మన బాధ్యత మనం చేద్దాం. భగవంతుడు కొన్ని టెస్టులు పెడతా ఉంటాడు, ఆ టెస్టులు పాస్ అయ్యి ముందుకు పోవాలి. పెడదాం. వారికి ఇవ్వండి, ఆ పిల్లలకి ఇవ్వండి మైక్, ఆ స్టూడెంట్స్కి ఇవ్వండి మైక్. పంపించమ్మా, పాస్ ఆన్.
Sir, we are from KL University, sir.
చెప్పమ్మా.
మార్నింగ్ నుంచి పాపులేషన్ డైనమిక్స్ అండ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నాం సార్.
ఏదమ్మా?
పాపులేషన్ డైనమిక్స్ అండ్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గురించి డిస్కస్ చేస్తున్నాం కదా సార్. మా సస్టైనబుల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ఎలా సార్? ఇప్పుడు పాపులేషన్ ఉంటే ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి ఆపర్చునిటీ రాదు కదా సార్, ఎక్కువ పాపులేషన్ ఉండడం వల్ల.
నేనేమంటానమ్మా, రెండు. నేను అందుకే సస్టైనబుల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గోల్స్, బెటర్ లివింగ్ స్టాండర్డ్స్, అదే మరి పాపులేషన్ మేనేజ్మెంట్. నేను పాపులేషన్ పెంచమని చెప్పలా, ఇంకా మీరు పెంచలేరు. వెల్త్ క్రియేషన్కి పాపులేషన్కి కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్ ఉంది. డబ్బులు వచ్చే కొద్దికి స్వార్థం పెరుగుతుంది. అందుకే మీరు కూడా ఏం ఆలోచిస్తున్నారంటే పిల్లలందరూ హ్యాపీగా పెళ్లి చేసుకోవాలి, పిల్లలు లేకుండా ఉండాలి, ఎంజాయ్ చేసి సరిపోతుంది అనుకుంటారు. అది కరెక్ట్ కాదని చెప్పడానికి ఇవన్నీ చేస్తున్నా. డెఫినెట్గా ఇండియా ఈజ్ గోయింగ్ టు క్రియేట్ వెల్త్, బీ క్లియర్. 2047కి భారతదేశం ఒక అగ్రదేశంగా తయారవుతుంది. ప్రపంచంలో ఒకటో దేశమో రెండో దేశంగా భారతదేశం ఉంటుంది. పర్ క్యాపిటల్ ఇన్కమ్ కూడా ఉంటుంది.
అంటే సార్ వి సీన్ ఎన్ ఎడిటోరియల్ ఇన్ ద హిందూ పేపర్ సార్. అంటే అది ఏం చెప్తుందంటే నార్మల్గా నదరన్ స్టేట్స్కి ఎక్కువ ట్యాక్స్ అనేది డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ అవుతుంది, మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది పేయిస్ ఏమో మనం అవుతున్నాము, అందుకని మన పాపులేషన్ పెంచడం వల్ల మనకి ఎక్కువ బెనిఫిట్స్ వస్తాయని అనుకుంటున్నాం సార్. కానీ ఇన్ రిటర్న్ ల్యాక్ ఆఫ్ రీసోర్సెస్ కూడా మనం ఉన్నాయి కదా సార్. దాన్ని
కదా మరి రెండు కూడా బ్యాలెన్సింగ్ ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు దేశాలన్నీ కూడా పాపులేషన్ పడిపోతూ ఉంది. మీరు కానీ యాజ్ ఇట్ ఈజ్ వదిలిపెడితే ఇంకొక 10-15 సంవత్సరాల్లో మన రాష్ట్రంలో 5 కోట్ల మంది జనాభా ఉండరు, 4,50,00,000 అవుతారు. అక్కడి నుంచి 4 కోట్లు అవుతారు. కనీసం 5 కోట్ల జనాభా పెట్టాలంటే చాలా సమస్య ఉంటుంది. ఎప్పుడు 5 కోట్లన్నా ఉంటే మన భవిష్యత్తు, ఇప్పుడు మీరున్నారు చాలా మంది ఏజింగ్ ప్రాబ్లం వస్తుంది. ఈరోజు మీరు చూస్తే 65% ఆఫ్ పాపులేషన్ బిలో 30 years ఏజ్, 35 years ఏజ్. రేపు అందరూ పెద్దవాళ్ళు పెరిగారు అనుకోండి, 85 years అయిపోతారు. అప్పుడు యంగ్స్టర్స్ ఎంతమంది ఉంటారు? తక్కువ ఉంటారు. పెద్దవాళ్ళందరూ ఇప్పుడు ఆయన చెప్పాడు ఉమామహేశ్వరరావు, వాళ్ళ అమ్మాయి పంపిస్తే డబ్బులు మంచి ఇల్లు కట్టుకున్నాడు, బాగా హ్యాపీగా ఉన్నాడు. రేపు డబ్బులు సంపాదించే వాళ్ళ సంఖ్య తగ్గి ఏజింగ్ ప్రాబ్లం పెరిగి అన్ప్రొడక్టివ్ పీపుల్ ఎక్కువ పెరిగితే అది ఇంబ్యాలెన్స్ అవుతుంది. రెండు కూడా బ్యాలెన్స్ చేయాలి. మీకు మాల్తూజియన్ థియరీ ఆఫ్ ఎకనామిక్స్ చదివా కదా మనం. ఎప్పుడు కూడా బ్యాలెన్స్ అనేది ఇంపార్టెంట్. బ్యాలెన్స్ మిస్ అయితే ఈ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ వస్తాయి. విల్ వర్క్ ఇట్ అవుట్. మీరు చెప్పిన థియరీ ఒకటి ఉంది. అందుకే మన పాపులేషన్ 1.5. వాట్ ఈజ్ 1.5? 2.1 ఉంటే రీప్లేస్మెంట్ లెవెల్, దానికంటే తగ్గితే ఆటోమేటిక్గా డిప్లీషన్. 2.1 కంటే పెరిగితే జనాభా పెరుగుతుంది. ఆ స్టేజ్ రావాలంటే చాలా డిఫికల్ట్. మీరందరూ ఆశీర్వదిస్తే, సహకరిస్తే నేను చేయబోయేది 2.1కు బ్యాలెన్స్ చేయాలనుకుంటున్నా. అది సాధ్యమని మనం నిరూపిద్దాం. చాలా దేశాలు ఫెయిల్ అయినాయి. జపాన్ ఫెయిల్ అయింది, సౌత్ కొరియా ఫెయిల్ అయింది, సింగపూర్ ఫెయిల్ అయింది, అందరూ ఫెయిల్ అయ్యారు. బట్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ మీద నాకు నమ్మకం, మీ మీద నాకు నమ్మకం, ప్రజల మీద నమ్మకం. డెఫినెట్గా సక్సెస్ అవుతాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ. వినపడలేదమ్మా, అరుస్తున్నారు. ఒక్కసారి ఆ పక్క మైక్కేవండి, లాస్ట్లో బాయ్స్కి ఇవ్వండి, లాస్ట్లో. గో లాస్ట్. చాలా హుషారుగా ఉన్నారు బాయ్స్, ఎందుకుందా. ఏంటా చెప్పు, పేరేంటి?
నా పేరు వెంకటరమణ సార్.
వెంకటరమణ గారు చెప్పండి మా.
సార్ మీరు ఇందాక ప్రస్తావించినట్టు SRM గురించి చెప్పారు, విట్ గురించి చెప్పారు. అలాగే కొంచెం మా పక్కన ఉన్న అమృత యూనివర్సిటీ గురించి కూడా.
అమృత యూనివర్సిటీ కూడా నేనే తీసుకొచ్చాను. తొందరలోనే XLRI వస్తుంది, తొందరలోనే బిట్స్ పిలాని కూడా వస్తుంది. నేను ముందే చెప్పాను, అమాంగ్ యూనివర్సిటీస్ దేర్ ఇస్ ఎ కాంపిటీషన్ నౌ. టాప్ 5 or 10 యూనివర్సిటీస్ ఇన్ ది కంట్రీ ఇక్కడికి వస్తాయి. 10 యూనివర్సిటీ కాంపిటీషన్ ఉంటుంది. అమృత్ వర్సెస్ టు ఎస్ఆర్ఎం, ఎస్ఆర్ఎం వర్సెస్ టు విట్, విట్ వర్సెస్ టు బిడ్స్ బిలాని, అదే మరి XLRI. రేపు ఇంకా కూడా కొన్ని యూనివర్సిటీ తీసుకొస్తాం ఇక్కడికి. నేషనల్ లా యూనివర్సిటీ వస్తుంది, అన్నీ వస్తాయి. నేను అందుకే ఒక మాట చెప్పాను, ప్రపంచంలో ఉండే బెస్ట్ యూనివర్సిటీ తెచ్చే బాధ్యత నాది, చదువుకునే బాధ్యత మీది. మళ్ళా మీరు ఆ స్కూల్కి వచ్చి వేరే పిల్లల్ని చెడగొట్టకుండా మీరు బాగా చదువుకోండి, కష్టపడక్కర్లేదు, బాగా చదువుకోండి.
We will wind up with one last question because of the paucity of time. Audience, please kindly understand.
Only one, anybody
only one question.
Only
please.
one.
Last question.
ఆ అమ్మాయికి ఇవ్వండి, ఆ అమ్మాయికి లాస్ట్. యంగ్స్టర్స్ ప్రియారిటీ అమ్మ.
Sir, we are from
యంగ్స్టర్స్
SRM
ప్రియారిటీ.
University.
చెప్పమ్మా, దగ్గర పెట్టుకోమ్మా, మైక్ దగ్గర పెట్టుకో.
స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరి తరపు నుంచి థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, హార్ట్ఫుల్లీ థ్యాంక్ యూ టు సార్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ అమ్మా.
బికాస్ మీరు ఈ SRM కానీ విడ్ కానీ అమృత కానీ మీరు ఈ కాలేజెస్ ఇక్కడ తేయడం వల్లే పేరెంట్స్కి దగ్గరలో, మా సొంతూరుకి దగ్గరలో మేము ఇంత మంచి యూనివర్సిటీస్లో చదువుకోగలుగుతామంటే దానికి కారణం మీరే సార్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ అమ్మా.
ఎప్పటికీ మర్చిపోలేను సార్ మీరు చేసింది.
అందుకే నేను నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఇంజనీరింగ్ కాలేజీలు పెట్టాను, నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్సలెన్స్ తీసుకొచ్చాను. ఆ రోజు సమైక్య ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ తీసుకొచ్చాను, ఇప్పుడు ఆంధ్రాలో కూడా తీసుకొచ్చాం. నా కోరిక ఒకటే, అవకాశాలు కల్పిస్తే మీకు ప్రపంచమే హద్దుగా ఎదిగే అవకాశాలు మీకు ఉన్నాయి. అలాంటి పిల్లలు మీరు మట్టిలో మాణిక్యాలు. యూ విల్ డూ వండర్స్, దట్ ఈస్ మై కాన్ఫిడెన్స్. అందుకే నేను ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఎప్పటికప్పుడు వర్కౌట్. ప్లీజ్ లాస్ట్. ఇంకా మైక్ లేదు.
Sir, my name is Charmi. I am from SRM University. Sir, first of all, I want to tell that you are such a great visionary leader. If not only Andhra Pradesh wide, even if I see India wide, if CM means Chandrababu Naidu sir, Chandrababu Naidu sir means CM. Because I want to tell you that my father is a sarpanch, like village. My village have.
One minute, please. అమ్మాయిని చెప్పమ్మా.
Like my village have no development, like no electricity or no water. When you become CM in 2014, my father has become in 2013 sarpanch. We have bought all electricity or whatever agriculture, all development is because of you, your government. And I already met you 2019 at Bundavalli with my family, and this is the live session. I am seeing that how much knowledge you are, how much you are giving, what you are telling about AI, whatever. I don't know that's what's also
quantum computing kuda amma, quantum computing, deep technology, IoT, cloud management, data centers, data analytics, everything.
Sir, my family, my village, our district, everything. I am from Vijayanagaram district, Galbitnagaram Mandal, Dolpalam village. We are very grateful to you, and I finally want to conclude that please be our CM not only for this 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. All we want you as our CM. We want you as our CM.
Thank you, ma. Thank you. I am proud of you. All youngsters, I am proud of you. మీతో ఇంటా ఉంటే నాకు కూడా కొండంత ధైర్యం వస్తూ ఉంది. ఎప్పుడు కూడా యంగ్స్టర్స్లో ఇమాజినేషన్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది, యంగ్స్టర్స్లో విజువలైజేషన్ ఎక్కువ ఉంటుంది. ఏజ్ అయ్యే కొద్దికి ఆలోచన కూడా తగ్గిస్తారు. మీ అందరూ కూడా యాస్పిరేషన్ ఏజ్ ఇది. యాస్పిరేషన్ ఏజ్లో మీరు ఏం కావాలనుకుంటున్నారో విజువలైజ్ చేస్తూ ఉంటారు. మీరు విజువలైజ్ చేసేటి అన్నీ కూడా నేను ఆలోచించి మీ అందరి విజన్ కలిపి నేను ఆలోచిస్తున్నా. మీ అందరి భవిష్యత్తు వండర్ఫుల్ ఫ్యూచర్ ఉండేదానికి ఏం చేయాలనో అలాంటి ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ క్రియేట్ చేసే బాధ్యత నాదని మిమ్మల్ని మీ అందరికి విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నా. సమస్యలు లేవనుకోవద్దండి, బీ క్లియర్. 5 ఏళ్లు జరిగినటువంటి డిస్ట్రక్షన్ మీరు చూస్తే 10 లక్షల కోట్ల రూపాయల అప్పు. సర్వీస్ చేయాలి, అప్పు కట్టాలి. నేను ఇచ్చిన హామీ సూపర్ 6 కూడా నెరవేర్చుకుని మళ్ళీ అభివృద్ధి చేయాలి. దీనికి ఒకటే మార్గం, అభివృద్ధి, సమిక్షేమం, సుపరిపాలన, మళ్ళీ అభివృద్ధి, మళ్ళీ ఎంపవర్మెంట్. ఇది కంటిన్యూస్ ప్రాసెస్. అందుకని ఎప్పుడూ లేనంత అభిమానం నా మీద చూపించారు. 93% స్ట్రైక్ రేట్, 57% ఓట్లు వేయడం. నేను జనసేన అధినేత పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారు ఇద్దరం కలిసినప్పుడు మీరు ఒక అభిమానం చూపించారు. ఈ రెండు అయిన తర్వాత బీజేపీతో కూడా కలిస్తే నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు కూడా మనకు ఉపయోగపడతారని మీరందరూ కూడా చెప్పినట్టు ఓట్లు వేశారు. మీరు ఓట్లు వేశారు కాబట్టి ఈరోజు ఢిల్లీలో మన గెలుపు ఒక సంజీవినిగా పనిచేసింది రాష్ట్రాన్ని కాపాడుకోవడానికి. ఈరోజు అమరావతి అభివృద్ధి అయినా, పోలవరం పని ప్రారంభించిన, విశాఖపట్నం స్టీల్ ప్లాంట్ ని ఆంధ్రుల సెంటిమెంట్ కింద గౌరవించి 13,000 కోట్ల రూపాయలు వచ్చినా మీరిచ్చినటువంటి ఏదైతే మ్యాండేటే 21 సీటుతో గెలిపించారు. కాబట్టి ఈరోజు ఢిల్లీలో కూడా మన పరపతి పెరిగింది. కేంద్రం కూడా నేను ఏం అడగడం లేదు. నేను అడిగేది ఒకటే, నాకు పదవులు వద్దు, ఇంకోటి వద్దు. దగా కాబడ్డ ఈ రాష్ట్రాన్ని మళ్ళీ నిర్మాణం చేసే శక్తిని ఇమ్మని కేంద్రాన్ని కోరాను. ఇప్పుడిప్పుడు అన్ని ట్రాక్లో పెడుతున్నా. కష్టాలుంటాయి, ఇబ్బందులుంటాయి, ఛాలెంజెస్ ఉంటాయి. ప్రతి ఒక్క ఛాలెంజ్ని అవకాశంగా మార్చుకోవడం నా నైజం. ఆ విషయం కూడా మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. నేనైతే మామూలుడైతే పారిపోయేవాళ్ళు, మా వల్ల కాదని. నా జీవితంలో పారిపోను, మళ్ళీ గెలిపే ధ్యేయంగా పనిచేస్తా. మీ జీవితాలు, అందరి జీవితాల్లో వెలుగు చూపించడమే నా ఆశయం. దానికి మీ అందరిని చూస్తే ఈరోజు ఎస్ఆర్ఎంకి వస్తే మీలో ఎక్కడుందో నాకు ఈ ఉత్సాహం, ఈ ఎనర్జీ తెలియదు, కానీ అలాంటి బ్రహ్మాండమైన ఎనర్జీ చూపించారు. నాలో ఇంకా పట్టుదల పెరుగుతా ఉంది. డెఫినెట్గా చేస్తా. భగవంతుడు నాకు ఎంత తెలివితేటలు ఇస్తే ఎస్ఆర్ఎం లాంటి బెస్ట్ మాన్యుమెంట్స్ ని ఇక్కడికి తీసుకొచ్చి మీ అందరినీ పైకి తీసుకొచ్చే బాధ్యత తీసుకుంటా అని చెప్పి తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, వెళ్ళాలంటే కూడా ఓసారి అనిపిస్తుంది, మిమ్మల్ని చూస్తా ఉంటే కడుపు నిండిపోతా ఉంది, ఇక్కడనే ఉండాలనిపిస్తుంది. కానీ రేపు మార్నింగ్ మళ్ళీ అసెంబ్లీ ఉంది. ఏదేమైనా ఎక్సలెంట్ సబ్జెక్ట్. అవగాహన మీరు చూసిన తర్వాత చాలా సంతోషం. దీన్ని ఆచరణలో పెడదాం. ఎప్పటికప్పుడు మనం సమీక్షలు చేసుకుంటాం, ముందుకు పోతా అని చెప్పి తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, మరొక్కసారి ప్రత్యేకంగా స్టూడెంట్స్కి అందరికీ నా అభినందనలు. ఆల్ ది బెస్ట్, గుడ్ లక్. థ్యాంక్ యూ వన్ అండ్ ఆల్.
We wholeheartedly thank you for your august presence and your words of encouragement and inspiring us immensely. To express our deep admiration and gratitude, we request our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. T.R. Parivendar, to present a small token of respect to our esteemed Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Kindly be seated. I request everyone to kindly be seated. We request our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. T.R. Parivendar, to present a small token of respect to our esteemed Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu.
Thank you, sir. To formally bring this conference to a close, we now invite Registrar SRM University AP, Dr. R. Prem Kumar, to kindly deliver the concluding remarks.
Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished speakers, respected colleagues, and dear participants. It is my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the Planning Department Government of Andhra Pradesh and SRM University Amravati. As we conclude this important conference on population dynamics and development, first and foremost, I extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed Chief Minister for being with us today evening and sharing his valuable thoughts on the policies and the 10 principles he is going to implement for the state. I also wish to sincerely thank to all the distinguished speakers, panelists, and moderators for their engaging discussions. Your contributions have helped us to gain a deeper understanding of the social, economic, and policy aspects of the population dynamics. We also extend our sincere thanks to the Planning Department Government of Andhra Pradesh for giving this opportunity to SRM University to organize this conference. We expect and look forward to have continuous collaborative activities along with the Government of Andhra Pradesh in making the Andhra Pradesh as well as the Amravati a growth center for the whole nation. I take this moment to express our sincere gratitude to our Chancellor Dr. Parivender, Pro-Chancellor Dr. P. Satyanarayanan, Vice Chancellor Professor Manoj K. Arora, and Professor D. Narayan Rao, Executive Director Research, SRM Group of Institutions, and Sri Piyush Kumar, Principal Secretary Planning and Finance, Government of Andhra Pradesh, the Joint Secretary, and other senior officials for supporting us in making this event a grand success. I would also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of our organizing committee, comprising the senior officials of the Government of Andhra Pradesh, the faculty, staff, and volunteer students who have worked diligently to ensure the smooth execution of today's event. Your hard work and commitment have made this conference a grand success. Lastly, but most importantly, I thank each and every participant of this conference for your active engagement and enthusiasm. It is through such collective discussions that we can create the meaningful policies and intervention for the state. With that, I once again express my heartfelt gratitude to one and all who are present here today. Thank you very much.
Kindly be seated. Kindly be seated.
We request all our speakers kindly come on to the dais. We request all our session speakers and panelists kindly come on to the dais.
Sure, huh? Yeah, sure. The secrets will go after half an hour. No.
Now, we invite our Vice Chancellor, sir, and Professor Narayan Rao, sir, and Professor V.S. Rao, sir, and the Chancellor and Pro-Vice Chancellor, sir, to kindly come on to the dais, please. Registrar, sir, kindly please come on to the dais.
Hemant, bro.
Go.
I will have that.
That's all, no?
That other memento has to be packed.
Yes, sir.
Madam. meteorological center head.
What are the parameters you are doing? Throughout the state? No, you do one thing, Amma. You be in touch with her.
Yes, sir.
On a real-time government integrate. Yes. What are all the parameters we are doing? మనకి ఏం కావాలి రెండు వరకు వచ్చేసి వీళ్ళని ఆథరైజ్ చేసి వెదర్ స్టేషన్స్ అన్నీ పెట్టి మీరు వర్కౌట్ చేసి ఐ వాంట్ టు అనౌన్స్ రియల్ టైం వాట్ ఈస్ ద టెంపరేచర్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద సాయిల్ మాయిశ్చర్ వాట్ ఈస్
బాబు ఫోటో
ఆల్రెడీ అటెండ్ చేసి
No, you do one thing, you be in
No, I
will take it.
Now he is authorizing, na?
You work it out with the planning.
I'll take it. Yes.
అంటే వెదర్ క్వాలిటీ కూడా వస్తుందా వెదర్ క్వాలిటీ కూడా
Other photos we are giving, sir. Warnings, sir.
వెదర్ క్వాలిటీ
Not here, sir.
why can't you put in devices you are having experience with your experience you guide us you will establish the quality also
Yeah, sure, sir.
in the weather quality also even dust pollution
That we can do, sir.
everything around.
Sure, sir. Sir, in Amravati also we have got 1 acre land. 1 more acre if you give it will be good, sir. Already for 1 crore payment in Tullur village, Tullur mandal.
Mama,
I will give you.
no problem. Finance, he will take care.
Tomorrow I will meet you sometime. You will come with a doubt. Commitment session. You have to promote now skill development of Amravati first phase. Second program is entrepreneurs. Start up company with your students and also in local people. Like you have to students. You want to be able to make there plans also. Listen.
Come on, Aisha.
As we come to the end of this incredible conference, we want to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Chief Minister for his prolonged guidance and support. This day has truly been phenomenal, filled with valuable insights and thought-provoking discussions. Thank you once again for being a part of this conference. We look forward to seeing you at future events in SRM University. Until then, goodbye and safe travels.
Sino?
ఇక్కడ ఉండే వాళ్ళల్లో ఎంతమంది తెలుగు వాళ్ళు తెలిపే